afternoon, and you love the afternoon, don't you? Hulk Hogan didn't like the Super Bowl, guys. Hulk Hogan didn't like the Super Bowl. Didn't like a bunch of other stuff. We're live in the afternoon. Stick around. We'll be ready to go in just a few moments here. Hit that like button while the alert goes out to, hopefully, people that we're live.
Carl's trying to fight back, and he's just taking shots right to the face. And Breeze, oh my God, right into the fire. My God, he's burning to hell.
How's everybody doing? Oh, man, what a day. No, what you can do with AI is exciting. Grinding it out. Grinding it out at the workplace, which I'm working from home right now, and it's been a grind. It's been a tough grind. They're going to think they're going to be like, you're fired. Because you can't sell shit. But that's when it snows out, it's no good. It's snowing tomorrow, right? I don't know if it's going to snow where you guys are, but it's been snowing everywhere recently. All right, so there's some news today, man. There is some news today. Let me put the link up. I almost forgot. There's the donation link. Pin it to the top. There it is. Man. Thanks to JJ for dropping $10 on my Venmo account, my Cash App rather. Thank you, bro. That was really cool of you. We're so bad right now. We're never getting a new computer. Forget that. People talked about the new computer. Bro, I can't even pay the electric bill. But thank you for that, man. I really appreciate that. You're the man, dude. Thank you that was very nice of you. Send me the $10. I appreciate it. He sent me the $10 in the note he wrote for the new computer, and I'm like, the new computer. I'm sorry, bro. We got to pay the mortgage this Friday. So I really appreciate that, but in all honesty, it's probably not going to go to the new computer. But thank you. I just wanted to be honest with you. But thank you so much, man. Even more important, it's going to go to the lights, keeping the lights on, maybe. So thank you so much for that. It's even more important than you think. What's up, chat? How you doing? Everybody hit that like button, man. We got to get that alert out there. Hulk Hogan did not like the halftime show, by the way. He said he couldn't understand the thing that was going on the halftime show for Kendrick Lamar. But then again, none of us really could, right? So makes sense. I not to complain, but like, man, I'll tell you that Fox News host that he's talking to is awful. That guy, you talk about the worst people on CNN, but that Fox News host that leads the Republican dumb people, like, I mean, like the cringy stuff from like Hulk Hogan. This guy, like, with a smirk on his face, knows he's leading Hogan because Hogan's like ridiculous, and Hogan just feeds into it, and they feed into each other's like dumb, and it's so weird. It's a very strange. I can't stand the guy. He's got black hair. He's just that smug. Ugh, God, I can't stand him. And he leads Hogan. Like, here you go, Hogan, and it's like, I don't know. There it is. Here it is. I'm gonna pull it up in a minute because it's just so wacky. I hate that guy though. He's like the Rachel Maddow of Fox or whatever. Maybe it's Jesse. Yeah, it might be that guy, Jesse Waters. Yeah, that's him, Alex Oli. That's definitely him. I think that's him. God, he drives me nuts. He's like not a real person or something. It's I don't know, listening to him is like, it's hard to listen. It's hard to listen to him. Let me see. Okay. He took over Tucker's time slot. Oh, yeah. God, I love Tucker way more than him. Tucker is way better than Jesse Waters. That Jesse Waters guy doesn't even seem like a real human. Do you know what I mean? Like, he don't even seem like a real human being. You guys want to see something I like? Watch this. Oh, yeah. Hug it out, babies. Hug it out. And then, oh, yeah, squeeze them together. Hug it out. Oh. Go ahead, girls. Hug it out. Oh, yeah. Hug that thing out. It's crazy that that's not real, what we're looking at. And it's crazy that I made this in 3 minutes and it's not real. Like, that's just crazy to me. Like, that looks unbelievably real. And yet it's not. Like, the muscle reaction from the AI too. Like, that's the crazy part. Like, that muscle flex in the... You can see where the muscles would move, where they're squeezing, and it's just like, damn. Like, that's pretty damn good. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, I just find that wild. God damn my fucking voice. Maybe I'm getting sick again. Maybe I'm getting sick again. Tuck is the OG. Yeah, I used to not like Tucker too. I used to think he was like a sniveling scumbag or whatever, but I found out, I realized later that he's he's entertaining, at least. He's entertaining and fun. He's not, I don't think he's always right. I don't always agree with him, but I don't really watch the news anyway, the real news. I don't know. But yeah, some of the people on Fox, MSNBC, and CNN are just, God, some of them are just cringe as hell. Like, they are bad. Joe Bishop, what's going on, Joe Bishop? How you doing? Hogan is funny. What a mess. He said he couldn't understand Kendrick Lamar the other day. So he was having a real problem with Kendrick Lamar, apparently. So, but I mean, I think it's one of the worst halftime shows I've ever seen, but after Linda McMahon introduced Stephanie and Triple H to the Senate, listen to this. Let's take a look. All the WWE people there are there. Let's see if I can get it up for you.
Yes, I'd like to introduce my daughter, Stephanie McMahon.
You think that they're wondering why are we being introduced, or why are we here? And then a protester gets kicked out. We got to go find this, though.
Paul Levesque, her husband, and my son, Shane McMahon. I'm so happy to have them here, and many friends have come from far places, so I welcome having them here today and appreciate that they're here. So, Cassidy, yes, I'd like to introduce my daughter, Stephanie McMahon.
Nobody could hear what the protester was saying, by the way, because she was like, ah!
Paul Levesque, her husband, and my son, Shane McMahon.
Triple H
I'm
does
so
not
happy
look
to have
happy.
them here, and many friends have come from far places, so I welcome having them here today and appreciate that they're here. So, Cassidy, yes, I'd like to introduce my daughter, Stephanie McMahon. Paul Levesque, her husband.
Linda McMahon at the Senate with Triple H, Stephanie, and everybody.
Cassidy, yes, I'd like to introduce my
Heckler gets kicked out.
daughter, Stephanie McMahon. Paul Levesque, her husband, and my son, Shane McMahon. I'm so happy to have them here, and many friends from have come from far places, so I welcome having them here today and appreciate that they're here. So, Cassidy.
I don't know what she
I'd
said.
like to introduce
What'd
my
she say?
daughter, Stephanie McMahon.
I can't tell what she's saying. It sounds like she says it's a war for WWE, but that's not what she's saying. Okay, not sure what that was. Linda McMahon, Triple H, Stephanie at the Senate. I don't know. I expected Joe's pasty ass to not understand the cultural impact of Kendrick's halftime performance. Well, why don't you tell me the cultural impact of Kendrick Lamar's performance? Because I don't give a fuck about the cultural impact. How about that? How about I watch the halftime show and I just saw another pop star that I didn't understand, like many other ones? What the fuck cultural impact? What do I give a fuck about Kendrick Lamar's what cultural fucking impact? Is Kendrick Lamar from a different country I don't know about? What is the culture of Kendrick Lamar? We've already had, what's the difference? How many black performers have we ever had? How many rap performers have we had? What's the cultural performance? What the fuck does it matter? Zim bop boo da doo doo. I don't give a shit. How about that, motherfucker? You tell me what the fucking cultural impact is. In 2025, tell me the cultural impact, okay, motherfucker? Because the bottom line is, I don't give a shit. I don't care if he was the greatest poet ever. If he went out there and said some of the most poetic, important stuff ever, the show itself, to me, sucked. And guess what? It sucks every year, almost. So why this year is it a problem to say it sucked? I didn't like it. I didn't get it. Can you deal with that, fuckface? You fucking self-absorbed, narcissistic Nazi fuck. Not like us. Cool. I'm going to go do a music show, and then I'm going to go out in front of everybody and say, not like us. You don't understand me because I'm white. And then just tell you should get it. Fuck off. I don't give a fuck. How about that, motherfucker? Fuck yourself. I thought Kendrick Lamar, I have never really listened to Kendrick Lamar and liked it. I don't really recognize him. I just don't. Like, I would recognize, like, Lady Gaga, I guess. I would recognize even Cardi B. I know who Cardi B is. I know her more than Kendrick Lamar. If Cardi B performed, I would be like, okay, I kind of know some of this. And maybe it would suck. But I don't know. Lots of things suck at the Super Bowl, at the halftime at Super Bowl. A lot of times it's just not good. You know what I thought was good? I thought Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre and Eminem was good. Remember that? What's the significance there? So you're surprised I didn't like something that I didn't get? And oh, by the way, you're not supposed to get? So you're surprised by that? So what's the fucking gotcha there? Oh, guess what? You weren't supposed to get that, but you're supposed to get it. You fuck yourself, you fucking weird arithmetic, mathematic fuck faces out there. You can kill yourself. Oh, you didn't get the culture. No, fuck yourself. Okay, how about that? Fuck yourself. I don't want to have to do some kind of weird fucking deep dive to watch the fucking Super Bowl. You stupid bastard. You're dumb. I didn't think Kendrick Lamar was that bad either. Like, some people are like, what a trash. Like, Hulk Hogan is like, oh, that was trash. They should get Willie Nelson. Yeah, I'm sure the youth would love to see Willie Nelson at the Super Bowl. I'm sure everybody under 35 years old is going to really appreciate Willie Nelson. Do you know what I mean? Hulk Hogan, you dumb fuck. But, like, so, like, that's not good either. Or maybe bring out Kendrick Lamar, Willie Nelson, and then somebody else. Like, I'm in the opinion of, you know what? Let's bring out either somebody who's massively, like, over with everybody. Like, I think Sabrina Carpenter would have been good. You could have brought Sabrina Carpenter, Cardi B, Willie Nelson, and Kendrick Lamar out there, and I would have liked that because at least there was kind of something for everybody in a way, I guess. I mean, I probably wouldn't have liked that either. Name the Super Bowls that had good performances. I don't know. I can count on a hand, maybe. Prince was really good. Prince was good. I mean, I think Usher wasn't that great either, and I kind of like Usher. I like Usher, but it just wasn't that good at the Super Bowl. To me, some people might have loved it. I don't know. Every race gets 2 minutes. It's not about race. It's not about that at all. I just don't like it. It didn't seem good to me. I mean, but like it was all right. There was some. It's like the little bit of catchiness to Kendrick Lamar, I guess, but in some of the songs. But I didn't really know much, and I don't get it, and so I don't. It's not because it's just I don't know him that well. That's all. It's not whether it's not his message is bad, good, or indifferent. I just don't know what it is, and it doesn't matter to me because I don't know him. Just like if I saw anybody else, you know, like I as a kid I was dragged to or who's the guy that sings? Who's the guy that sings and he mumbles? Bob Dylan. I was brought to a Bob Dylan concert when I was a kid. I thought it sucked. I was up in like the balcony and he was like, and I don't know any of the songs. So it just sounds like a guy rambling, echoing through the arena place. And I don't know any of the songs, but I know Bob Dylan's name. And I know everybody loves Bob Dylan, I guess. And like he sold out this place. It was expensive. And I'm there and I thought, I think this sucks. I want to go home. It's like, it's not about anything. It's not about getting the message. Anybody who, whenever you say things like the culture or the message or, you know, oh, you don't get us or not like us or not this or weird like code conspiracy talk like that, it's like, dude, that's a disingenuous, you know, type of way of speaking and also, you know, sort of a better than you narcissism, like you'll never get this, like you're, oh my god, you'll never get it. Kill yourself. Like I don't give a shit. I think Kendrick Lamar is it's the reason that Hulk Hogan didn't like it is stupid. I have a real reason. I literally just didn't. It's not that it's bad. I just don't get it. So like I'm admitting to you, I didn't like. The song he sings about Drake is kind of got a catchiness to it that I like. That's definitely like I've heard before and it's catchy and that's cool. And I think that's fine too. But for the Super Bowl, I was just kind of like, this is the Super Bowl the party halftime, okay. And I just stopped watching it. It was not a big deal. You know, I've seen other Super Bowl performances where it's like this ain't that good either. That was probably to me one of the worst ones. One of the worst times I had watching the Super Bowl. I'm not a big Lady Gaga fan, but I watched her Super Bowl performance and I was like, this is fucking cool. Like, I don't even love Lady Gaga that much, but like some of her stuff is awesome, but I don't know. But like Prince, I watched Prince and I thought Prince was great. I really liked Prince. I thought U2 was pretty good, and I find them cringy usually. So, you know, the Super Bowl 2001, obviously they put all the 9/11 names up and everything. It was a very, you know, emotional type of thing. But like Lady Gaga was really pretty good, I thought. I thought Dr. Dre and Eminem and Snoop Dogg was really fun. I liked that. And I didn't really like Usher that much, but he was all right. I'm trying to think of some of the previous ones. I mean, Michael Jackson at the 93 one is legendary. That was awesome. I was glued to the TV for that Michael Jackson one back in the day. At least I think I was. I barely remember, but I remember watching it as a kid. That was awesome. It's that's called social engineering. Yeah. It probably is the most viewed Super Bowl because people had the most access to it ever. You know, that's what I think, you know, people are saying. But yeah. Triple H, we got to get back to this McMahon's in the Senate thing. Hulk Hogan did not like the Super Bowl, and he wanted Willie Nelson, which is not the right answer to that either. Let's see. Here's Linda McMahon. Let's watch.
Looking at if the Republicans get their way. Let me begin.
Hey, it's Bernie Sanders, the liar, the charlatan. I am a liar. I did not take funds from Big Pharma, yet I do take funds from Big Pharma. I was a liar. Oh, I only took $1.5 million from Big Pharma, not the $40 million that was given to everyone else. Liar.
Our kids are struggling in many, many ways, so it's tough.
He's very right. Our kids are struggling in many ways, and guess who's been in charge for the last 20 years, right? Our kids are struggling in many ways, and guess who's been in charge for the last 20 years? Deep state idiots. Now, I'm a little concerned about some of this stuff because, you know what I mean, there are some programs that we really need, I think, right now as schools and public schools for sure. But, you know, we'll see what happens.
Time to be a teacher, and I want to thank the teachers very much. For the
Teachers are great. We need to pay teachers more, but we also need to hold them to higher standards. I think that teachers' pay should be based on a graduative system of performance in schools. I think they should start at a certain area, and teachers would achieve a level of gravitas throughout the years. So for your first 5 years teaching, or first 3 years teaching, first 3 years you're like beginner teacher or a general teacher, and in your fifth year you get evaluated, and based on the scores of you and the school and everything, and then whatever, and you get promoted to like lieutenant general teacher or something. You know, you come up with like different sort of brackets for the teachers. So as they do better and perform better in the public schools and the grades go up or at least remain on par, they get these graduative names and titles, which would allow the teacher to get paid more. That's what I would do with the public schooling. Hello, Leah, I'm live.
Oh, okay. I can't tell you what I was going to tell you then.
Why? Is it bad?
It was just, no, it was just, information.
Oh, okay. Either text it to me or I can mute myself for a second.
Well, just mute yourself.
All right, I'm going to mute myself, guys. I'll be right there in 1 second. I'll finish this. We'll go back into Bernie Sanders and how he did receive that money from Big Pharma, but thinks it's okay because he only received 5%. It's ridiculous. Hang on 1 second. And look at Linda McMahon looking at the senator, too. This is going to be a 2-hour video. Triple H is behind her the whole time. He looks like he hates his life and doesn't want to be there. All right, I'll be right back. Oh, I was muted that whole time. Holy shit, I'm retarded. Oh my God, guys. All right, I'm sorry. I'm like, all right, I got one story I can tell you that my wife just told me from driving. So I used to live in Quincy. As many of you guys know, I used to live in Quincy, Mass. But in Quincy, Mass, there's a ton of Asian population, right? So there's like Korean, Chinese, Vietnamese. There's just a big mix of Chinese and Asian Americans there. Like a lot. It's like 40% white, 35% Asian, and then the rest is a mix of Hispanic and black. So anyway, Quincy's really diverse, right? Like the girl that married Mark Zuckerberg, the Facebook guy, Priscilla Chan. I grew up with her. I know her. Priscilla Chan is like fucking mega rich now and married Mark Zuckerberg. Anyway, so I went to Quincy High, Quincy whatever. So Quincy is so Asian now that on a lot of buildings all over the city, there's the Japanese, they're not Japanese, but the Chinese writing, you know, like their writing. It looks like almost like a Chinatown or whatever. And it's, you know, they started about 10 years ago putting alternative to English writing on all kinds of things. So Quincy is a city, you know, outside of Boston. Quincy's like one of the first suburbs outside of Boston, but it's become a big city over the years. But it's always been a big city because Quincy is where John Quincy Adams is, where Abigail Adams and all the president stuff. Like we're the city of presidents. I went to school at Quincy High, city of presidents. And so anyway, the point is the city is very Asian. Chinese, Vietnamese, Korean, lots of different stuff. Very diverse. And so my wife went to go somewhere in Boston, and they had to drive through Quincy to get back, to come back to my house. So Finn, my youngest, is 9 years old, and he just turned 9 the other day. And he's funny. Finn is just very funny. He's not like the other two kids that we have. He's more like goofy, and he's a little slower with school and stuff like that, and he's a little more shy, but he also kind of says things randomly that are just ridiculous sometimes. And she's driving through Quincy with Finn, and I guess he goes, "Mom, like, why does it look like we're in China right now?" She started dying laughing. She's like, "Why does it look like we're in China?" And she just started cracking up, and I'm just fucking dying because I'm like, oh my God, you would think that. Because I was used to it. And not only that was I used to it, but over the years it keeps getting more and more and more and more like diverse Asian and mixed in everywhere. And it's getting so crazy that it's like little China. And he's like, why does it look like we're in China? That's fucking funny, bro. I didn't get a handy from Zuck's wife, but somebody told me that she had a thing once. I wish I talked to her more. I could have been with Mark Zuckerberg's wife. What if I married Priscilla Chan? What if I married Priscilla? Then she wouldn't have married Mark Zuckerberg. And what if Mark Zuckerberg went on to do something weird or married some crazy lady who killed him? I don't know, bro. That cracked me up, bro. There's a line on the middle of the screen. Oh, yeah, there it is. I see it. There it goes. Okay.
Extraordinary work that they are doing, especially.
All right, we'll get back to Bernie Sanders in a second. But, guys, if you want to donate, pinned to the top of the chat is Streamlabs. Use that to donate live. I'm going to be streaming maybe for a little bit here. We're really trying to pay the bills here. So Streamlabs is up. Feel free to donate. You don't have to, but we're trying to make it happen. Let me see. Oh, yeah. We talked about the guy sending me the Cash App earlier. There it is. In case, yeah. Okay, there you go. Sorry, man. I forgot to put them up. He loves the Venmo and the Cash App. Okay, there you go. Venmo and Cash App. There they are. Sure, you can use those. I mean, I recommend PayPal, but Streamlabs pinned to the top of the chat. But yeah, you can use those if you want. You can use those. I don't know if those are too small for everybody, but whatever. Anyway, let's go to the donation real quick.
I've been going to wrestling shows for over 30 years. Never in all that time have I ever felt, until last Sunday, that my security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
Thank you, Pacharo.
Aaron Rodgers is now gone with the Jets. Wow, what a complete failed signing from the Jets. Probably one of the worst failed signings of all of Jets history. The Jets are probably going to be the worst in our division next season. Patriots should make third.
Yeah, I would say the Aaron Rodgers thing, probably one of the biggest fumbles ever. The Jets just can't win, man. They just constantly blow it. Everything is bad. I mean, you think the Patriots are bad right now because of what's been going on recently, but man, when you think about over the years, the last 30 years or something, the Jets have had some of the worst debacles that you've ever seen. It's just ridiculous. If you guys want to donate, Streamlabs is pinned to the top of the chat there. You can use that link and do whatever you'd like with that. Let me get back to it, though. Stephanie McMahon, Linda McMahon, they're all at the Senate meeting. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to play it. Let me see. Triple H and Stephanie there. Let me see if I can get this up. Okay.
Especially for some of the most vulnerable kids in our country. You know, way back in 1863, as we recall.
Oh, you were there, Bernie. Bernie was there, guys.
History books. Abraham Lincoln was in Gettysburg. And he looked out on a field where soldiers by the thousands had just died in the struggle against slavery. And he talked about the need to maintain.
It was more than the struggle against slavery, but if you want to sum up the whole word of that, okay.
A government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That was that short but very powerful Gettysburg Address. And I think in this country today there is a growing fear that instead of having a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, we are looking at a government of billionaires, by billionaires, and for billionaires.
That's exactly why you have those people in place right now, because of you taking billions of dollars from billionaires that we don't know about in shadow places. We actually have elected billionaires who said they would fix things. The actual billionaires are saying that they'll fix things from the secretive puppet political billionaires. So that's what's been going on for 20-something years or more, and that's why you've got the people elected now that you have elected, because of how bad people like you have been. And you allowed Hillary Clinton to lie about you and Hillary Clinton to cancel you from running for president, Bernie Sanders. So your cowardice and retardation is why we have people like Donald Trump and Elon Musk running things now. Whether you like that or don't like that, that's why they're there. It's because the country decided that you're full of shit.
Whose job is not to improve life for ordinary people, but to make the people on top even wealthier.
Well, that's what it's felt like for the entire Joe Biden presidency. And that's what it's felt like for the entire 2000s with George Bush and Obama, and the names go on. So now you've got Donald Trump elected by the people. Dumb fuck. Whether Donald Trump does a good job or ends up doing a bad job this time around, the reason why he's elected is because of you, stupid fuck. But you don't know that because you're stupid.
So in the midst of massive income and wealth inequality, where 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, the Republicans in the House yesterday introduced a budget resolution that would provide massive tax breaks to the people on top, and they would pay for those tax breaks for billionaires by cutting Medicaid, education, and programs that working families throughout this country desperately need. That is exactly the wrong thing to do. At a time when millions and millions of working families are struggling, our job is to protect those families.
That part, if that's true, I pretty much agree with him there. Because right now, things are close to exploding and breaking for many people. Hell, look at me. I need to come up with $500 by Friday. Am I going to come up with $500 by Friday? It's 1:30 in the afternoon on Thursday right now. So, and I'm working 3 different jobs. So I totally understand. Imagine if my school suddenly said, my kids' school, my kids all have free lunch at school. They all get free lunch at school right now. What if they took that away and we had to pay for 3 kids' lunches right now? I can't really pay for anything right now. Every single dollar that I use today, let's say my daughter comes home and needs $5 for this, school or whatever, I got a permission slip and whatever else, any of that money that I have to take, or I need gas for my car to go to my job, any of that money I take is coming out of money that I really don't have. And then Friday I'm going to be short. So what if I had to pay for 3 school lunches every day for the whole week? So right there with what Bernie said, if that's true, then I understand that. I get that. Did you vote for Kamala Harris? Did I vote for Kamala Harris? Fuck no, I didn't. Fuck no. I voted for, I'll tell you who I voted for over the years. And by the way, this isn't a political show. We're not trying to be political, but Linda McMahon is in the Senate. We're open to discussion here. I'm not a political tyrant. I'm not going to scream at you guys to believe something. I am not somebody who believes in full-on absolutes, because only a Sith does that. So if I think something and you don't agree with me, I'm not preachy at all. I kind of am sometimes, but I'm not trying to be preachy. I'm open to changing my mind and to learning things. I'm not some crazy person. In the year 2000, in the year 2000, I voted for Al Gore. But Al Gore, it felt like, had the presidency stolen from him. Now, I voted for Al Gore in the year 2000, but it turns out Al Gore's a retard person. So what are you going to do about that? Then I voted for John Kerry. And then I voted for Obama. And then I'm sorry, I did not vote for John Kerry. I didn't vote. So I kind of like rooted for John Kerry, but I didn't vote for him because he's such a liar, and I knew that, but Bush is also crazy. So, no, I did vote for John Kerry. I did vote for him. I did go to vote for him. I remember that now. So I voted for Al Gore. George Bush won. And then I voted for John Kerry because I thought George Bush was a liar, and he was lying about the war. And because he was lying about the war and the Patriot Act stuff and all that stuff, I was like, I'm out. That's fucking crazy. You know, John Kerry might be a liar about, serving in the military and some other things, but I'm going to go with him over the war criminal liar. And then I voted for Obama once, and then I didn't vote the second time. And then I didn't vote during Trump and Hillary because I was shocked that those were the 2 candidates. But it was fun to watch Trump dismantle everybody. And I voted for Trump this time. So there you go. So I don't make it. So I'm not like. So I voted I voted Democrat, Republican. Like I don't have any. I'm like independent. If that makes any sense. So I'm like independent on the whole thing. I'm independent. I pretty much say that I'm independent. I don't know. It's hard to say what I am. It's hard to say what it is. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not really a politics person for the most part here. But we'll talk about it a little bit. I'll be honest. Talk about what I think. But they might, but I might be retarded too. So you never know. You tell me. You want to call? Feel free to call, donate, or whatever to me. and tell me what you think and why I could be wrong or question anything about this. But it's really not about me. It's about the hearing today and whatever they said there. And that's it. I don't want to get preachy on people. I don't want to do that to you guys. One of the worst things ever was when I was a kid and the radio hosts would start going into a tirade about Republican stuff or start going into a tirade about Democrat stuff. And I'd be listening as a listener like, I just want to be entertained by the show. I don't want to be... And I don't agree with your politics, so I'm getting annoyed. So I don't want to do that to you guys because there's nothing worse than you guys having to listen to that, and I don't want you to have to listen to that. Thank you for bearing with me. It's been a rough week because I'm a fucking loser, apparently. So thank you. Hey, Bernie.
And not worry about the billionaires who have never had it so good. But it's not just cuts in Medicaid, as devastating as that would be. We're looking at, if the Republicans get their way, massive cuts to education. And I should also say that the people who are trying to privatize Social Security, privatize Medicare, privatize Medicaid, privatize the Veterans Administration are precisely the same people who are trying to privatize public education in America. We must not allow that to happen. In America, we must not allow our educational system to become a two-tier system, a system which says that if you have the money, you're going to get help from the federal government, you're going to get a voucher to send your kid to a school that may cost $50,000, $60,000 a year, while the public schools will end up being segregated not just by race, but by class. Most families in America do not have...
Yeah, the Asians are going to kick ass.
$40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year to send their kids to private schools. And it's absurd to provide public money to make that possible. Our job is not to take away money from public schools to give it to private schools. It is to strengthen public education in America. Further, President Trump has talked about abolishing the Department of Education. Yes, I think everybody on this committee wants to see us go after waste and bureaucracy in every agency of government. But what we must understand is that when we talk about the Department of Education, they are providing vital resources.
I agree. Let me just fast forward.
For being here with me today. I would also like to thank President Trump for his confidence in me to lead a department whose mission and authority were a special focus of his campaign. He pledged to make American education the best in the world, return education to the states where it belongs, and free American students from the I'm so happy to have...
And the Sacred Heart Secretary. Attending a four-year college or university is the right path for many Americans. Ensure that aligning our education system, 21st century skills, colleague Senator Scott said, and serving on the Connecticut...
This lady's too happy.
Chairman Cassidy, yes, I'd like to introduce my daughter, Stephanie McMahon, Paul Levesque, her husband, and my son, Shane McMahon. I'm so happy to have them here, and many friends have come from far places, so I welcome having them here today and appreciate that they're here. So, thank you, Chairman Cassidy, Ranking Member Sanders, and distinguished...
This camera didn't catch it. I see Shane turn around, though. It was kind of funny watching Shane turn around to see the heckler. He's like, what's going on? So the whole McMahon family is there in support of their mother, of course. They all got wonderful educations because they're rich. So I hope they know what they're doing.
Thank you, Chairman Cassidy, Ranking Member Sanders, and distinguished members of the committee. I'm honored to have your consideration to serve as the Secretary of the Department of Education. And I'd like to thank both Senators Scott and Britt for their introductions.
They're being admonished now by the...
Certainly. And I'd like to thank both Senators Scott and Britt for their introductions and for the opportunity to welcome my friends and family. Thank you all so much for being here with me today. I would also like to thank President Trump for his confidence in me to lead a department whose mission and authority were a special focus of his campaign. He pledged to make American education the best in the world, return education to the states where it belongs, and free American students from the education bureaucracy through school choice. November proved that America.
I like the idea of the states running it, I think.
And I am ready to enact it. Education is the issue that determines our national success and prepares American workers to win the future. I've been passionate about education since my earliest college days when I studied to earn a teaching certificate. This has continued through my business career as a Connecticut State Board of Education member, as a university trustee, and as the chair of the America First Policy Institute, which advocates for workforce development, parental choice, and accountability in higher education. I'm also a mother and a grandmother, and I join millions of American parents who want better schools for our kids and grandkids. The legacy of our nation's leadership in education is one that every person in this room embraces with pride. Unfortunately, many Americans today are experiencing a system in decline. The latest scores from the nation's report card show achievement in K through 12 math and reading at their lowest level in years. More than 2/3 of public colleges are beset by violent crime on campuses every year. And most tragically, student suicide rates have dramatically increased over the last 2 decades. We can do better. We can do better for the elementary and junior high school student by teaching basic reading and mathematics, for the college freshman facing censorship or anti-Semitism on campus, and for parents and grandparents who worry that their children and grandchildren are no longer taught American values and true history. In many cases, our wounds are caused by the excessive consolidation of power in our federal education establishment. So what's the remedy? Fund education freedom, not government-run systems. Listen to parents, not politicians. Build up careers, not college debt. Empower states, not special interests. Invest in teachers, not Washington.
Man, Linda had like the Botox thing done or something, huh? Like I'm kind of shocked about that. I think Linda had the Botox thing done. Triple H is like, get me out of here. Get me out of here. You know, talking about true history is a scary thing because, like, true history could be rewritten by anybody, right? Like, you could write true history. You could claim the true history is, you know, anything. And if you give all the power to the left-leaning Democrats, they're going to come up with their own true history. And if you give all the power to the Republicans, they might come up with their own true history. We know that the South has had problems with teaching kids about dinosaurs and stuff and not keeping religion out of schools. And we know the left has had problems with not telling little kids that they need to cut their private parts off. So it is pretty good to leave it up to the states, but each state is going to have its own narrative similar to what I just mentioned. New subscriber.
You fucking mark!
Chris Spear just subbed to the channel, man. What's up? Thank you for being here.
Bureaucrats. If confirmed as secretary, I will work with Congress to reorient the...
Linda reminds me of my mother now. She really reminds me of my mother. My mother would do something like this too, where she'd be like, before I go talk, I just want to introduce my son, Daniel. And my mother would be all about that. And I'd be embarrassed, like, yup, hey, great.
Department for helping educators, not controlling them.
If you guys want to donate, Streamlabs is pinned to the top of the chat. Feel free to do it. We are at we got a goal for the week by Friday, but we're at $3 out of it. That's not very good. But Linda looks like she got Botox. She's got them eyelashes going on too, man. I like it. Triple H is like, this is gonna be a long meeting. I'm gonna be all over the dirt sheets. This is gonna be all over the, you know.
My experience as a business
Where's
owner
Undertaker? Why is an Undertaker here?
Of the Small Business Administration, as a public servant in the state of Connecticut, and more than a decade of service as a college trustee has taught me to put parents, teachers, and students, not bureaucracy, first. Outstanding teachers are tired of political ideology in their curriculum and red tape on their desks. And that's why school choice is a growing movement across the nation. It offers teachers and parents an alternative to classrooms that are micromanaged from Washington, D.C. We should also emphasize career-focused education, especially in cutting-edge STEM fields, where American companies need high-skilled employees. Our workers deserve more post-secondary pathways, career-aligned programs, apprenticeships, and on-the-job learning, and jobs in tech, skilled trades, and healthcare for non-college degree holders. Those who do attend college deserve transparent costs and courses of study aligned to workforce demand. The United States is the world leader by far in emerging technologies like AI and blockchain, and we need to invest in American students who want to become tech pioneers. We should encourage innovative new institutions, develop smart accountability systems, and tear down barriers to entry so that students have real choice and universities are not saddling future families with unsurmountable debt. We must protect all students from discrimination and harassment. And if I am confirmed, the department will not stand idly by while Jewish students are attacked and discriminated against. It will stop forcing schools to let boys and men into female sports and spaces. And it will protect the rights of parents to direct the moral education of their children. The opportunity before us these next 4 years is momentous. I look forward to working with the committee, our nation's parents.
That was a big mistake by Democrats and liberals, which I used to be one, so I would know. A big mistake of them letting men into women's locker rooms, but letting men into women's sports, letting trans women into women's sports was what a big mistake that has been. Because I think 75 to 80% of the country agrees that transgender women shouldn't be in women's sports because they're biologically men. And so because of that, like, they really lost a lot of votes because of that's just stupid. So you lost a lot of votes. It was a mistake. Similar to how the Republicans got the Roe v. Wade overturned, 70% of the country was fine with it, and that really swayed a lot of people against them. So that was a real big mistake on their end too. And it's funny that those two things are just so unequal, and I think big mistakes. Anyway, Linda just is going to go on, so let's see her get questioned a little bit here. Maybe there's highlights I can find.
It would just intuitively make sense to diagnose the child with dyslexia as early as possible. Most states do not screen. That said, you can see where I'm going with my own thoughts. But what would be your approach to addressing the issue of dyslexia, which is frankly ignored, not in a state like New Hampshire, where Governor Hassan actually put in such programs, but in other states? What would be your approach to make sure that the child who's dyslexic is diagnosed at an early stage and receives the intervention that she or he would need to receive?
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Cassidy, and I know this is a very sensitive subject for you, since I believe it is your son that does have dyslexia, as you and I discussed when I visited with you in your office.
My daughter, but that's
I'm sorry, it's your daughter. But I certainly very much would like to be sure that we are looking to diagnose issues like dyslexia early, because we have found that it can be turned around. So I'd like to work with you and understand how we could have better approach for that in our school systems.
You had mentioned that you would not tolerate the anti-Semitism that has been on the rise. What steps would you take to make sure the backlog of anti-Semitism cases at the Office of Civil Rights is processed and those responsible for illegal discrimination held accountable?
Senator Kennedy, I think that by far what we saw happening on our campuses was absolutely deplorable. Kids locked in libraries, afraid to come out. Now, I believe in freedom of speech on campus, open debate, and we should encourage that. But we cannot allow violence happening on our campuses.
I love Linda McMahon. She is great.
That puts all students in an unsafe place. And if I were confirmed as the Secretary of Education, I would want to make sure.
If this was 10 years ago, she could run for, I know that she couldn't even win she didn't win the local races, unfortunately. But man, she comes off better than goddamn most of the people running for president.
That the presidents of those universities and those colleges are taking very strong measures not to allow those to happen. They can call in the police, they can do whatever they need to do, set standards, and to make sure those standards are upheld. We cannot allow that kind of violence to take place on our college campuses.
Now, there's a current backlog in the Office of Civil Rights within the Department of Education to address this. Do you have any specific plans about how you could help them address that backlog?
Well, I'd like very much to be confirmed and to be able to get into the department and understand that backlog, to talk to those lawyers who were there, and let's focus on what we need to do to clear out that backlog. And I look forward to doing that.
President Trump is reportedly drafting an executive order requiring the Secretary of Education to develop a plan for downsizing the Department of Education and working with Congress to eliminate entirely. Yes or no, do you agree that since the department was created by Congress, it would need an act of Congress to actually close the Department of Education?
And certainly President Trump understands that we'll be working with Congress. We'd like to do this right. We'd like to make sure that we are presenting a plan that I think our senators could get on board with and our Congress could get on board with, that would have a better functioning Department of Education. But certainly
That's more what I'm in favor of, is like redoing the Department of Education, like making it as, you know, as good as possible. You know, all the fat and make it as efficient as possible. Hell, some of the things that it does well for kids and for people, it could do even better if we focus the efficiency on those things where it's really helping people, as opposed to all the places where it's just waste spending. And if that was the case, then I would be in support of this, as opposed to getting rid of it completely, which I think it would be bad to get rid of it completely, and I think it would be bad to dismantle it fully, unless there was some plans in place to fix some things that would need, because there are some vital systems that are in place, and then there's some other stuff that's important. So I think cutting half of it down, but then lifting up the half of it that works very well, could really, really help everybody out. So it's just a matter of looking at where the spending is and what's being used and what's being used that's helping, that's necessary, that's needed, emergency net stuff. What's the money going to that's actually, producing results or, helping people for real? Is it a detriment? I don't know. There's so many questions, but I don't think dismantling the whole thing completely, getting rid of the whole thing completely, I think that's a mistake. But I would be happy to meet halfway with, reevaluating it and then kind of relaunching it in a more productive and efficient way.
Certainly does require congressional action.
Okay. In terms of the plans to downsize, what would be the components of that plan that would not require congressional approval?
Well, I do believe, Senator, that there are departments of education that are established by statute, and those particular departments we'd have to pay particular attention to. But long before there was a Department of Education, we fulfilled the programs of our educational system. Are there other areas, other agencies where parts of the Department of Education could better serve our students and our parents on a local level? And I am really all for the President's mission, which is to return education to the states. I believe, as he does, that the best education is closest to the child, and not certainly from Washington, D.C.
If the department is downsized, would the states and localities still receive the federal funding which they currently receive?
Yes.
Okay. With
It
that,
is not the President's goal to defund the programs. It is only to have it operate more efficiently.
With that, I yield to Senator Sanders.
That's the biggest point. She just said it right there. It is not this is the biggest misconception that I hear from everybody. Right, what she just said. What she just said is the biggest scare point and misconception anybody talks about. This is so important to me.
Agencies where parts of the Department of Education could better serve our students and our parents on a local level. And I am really all for the President's mission, which is to return education to the states. I believe, as he does, that the best education is closest to the child, and not certainly
If the
from
department
Washington,
is
D.C.
downsized, would the states and localities still receive the federal funding which they currently receive?
Yes.
Okay. With
It
that,
is not the President's goal to defund the programs. It is only to have it operate more efficiently.
With that, I yield to Senator Sanders.
That's the most important part. That they're not going to defund these programs. They're just going to have it operate more efficiently. If that's true and not a lie, which I don't think it would be, but if that is true, which I think it could be, then that's 100% what I would think everybody would want. So that's a good thing to me. More efficient, better run. We're still going to fund you. We want to fund everybody. In fact, we could maybe fund you more if we ran this thing more efficiently. But that could be also a tactic, right? It could be a lie. But if that's what really happens, then yes, I'm in favor of that. But what I hear a lot of people say is that, oh no, they're going to shut everything down. We're losing all the funding and we're all going to go bankrupt. And that's not true. And the truth is in the middle somewhere like usual. Right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I could be wrong, though. I don't know. But I don't think so.
When we talk about education, kind of we're looking at it in a vacuum. We're talking about the struggles that low-income kids are having, and that's true. But Mrs. McMahon, you are also aware that in America we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had before. You are aware that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. You are aware, I suspect, that teachers are dealing with kids who are literally homeless, kids who come from dysfunctional families where there is violence. Does it concern you in America that we are living in a society where the people on top are doing phenomenally well, while 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck? And how do you think that impacts our educational system?
Thank you very much, Senator, for that question. First of all, let me say that I believe that teaching is one of the most noble professions that we have in our country, and we have so many good, dedicated teachers to help our students. I do think that we are trapping students often in low-performing schools, and that's why the president has such a strong policy towards school choice.
But you will agree, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you will agree that you can't just look at education. The truth is that middle class, upper middle class public schools in America generally do pretty well. But if you are homeless, if you were a homeless person and you had kids, the odds of your kids doing pretty well, and I'm just asking you, what do you think about the massive level of income and wealth inequality, the fact that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty? Is that something you think you might want to pay attention to?
Well, certainly, Senator, I do believe that we want to make sure that every child in our country has the opportunity to have equal access to a quality education. And the Department of Education really is not setting economic policy in the country.
Well,
we should focus on educating our children, and we should focus on it at the local level.
Let me ask you this. You mentioned correctly that we have many great teachers in America, right?
Yes.
If you as a businesswoman wanted to attract the best and the brightest, would you be starting them off after they leave school, maybe $50,000, $60,000 in debt with salaries of $35,000 or $40,000? Or would you say, we respect, you talked about teaching being the noblest profession. I agree with you. Would you agree with me, support my legislation that says no teacher in America should earn at least $60,000 a year?
Well, certainly the pay to teachers is up to the states where those teachers reside. I do believe we should pay our teachers fairly. They spend so much time with our students, and they should be well compensated for their job.
Paying them fairly, nobody in the world will disagree with you. I mean, the question is, if teaching is a noble profession, if teaching is an important profession, should we be paying them salaries commensurate with the value of the work that they are doing? So I'm asking you a simple question.
I mean, should we be paying anybody like that?
You recommend to states, as the leader of education in America, that teachers at least make $60,000 a year?
I would certainly recommend to states that teachers be paid what is commensurate with the kinds of jobs that are part of their states. Not all states have the same living costs. Not all states have the same ability to pay teachers. But to attract really good teachers and to keep them, we should definitely pay them commensurate with the job performance that they are undertaking.
Millions of young people, low-income people, are finding it very difficult to afford to go to college, and they're leaving school $50,000, $100,000, $200,000 in debt. Pell Grant program provides assistance to over 7 million low-income young people in this country. Can you guarantee to us if you are made a Secretary of Education, that no student in America will lose their Pell Grant as the department is dismantled.
Surely the defunding is not the goal here. The continuation of Pell Grants, I'd actually even like to see an expansion of Pell Grants. I'd like to see short-term certificates for Pell Grants for students who aren't going on to four-year universities, who could have the opportunity to use Pell Grants for skill-based learning.
All right, so what I'm hearing you say is Pell Grant program will continue under your administration.
Yes.
Okay.
It's going to be so hard for them to get Linda, because Linda is really so good and a good person that it's going to be hard for them to hammer her, I believe, unless I'm missing something, because Linda has always seemingly been a sweet, smart person who does care about kids' education. So, as opposed to the woman, that I think Trump had a different person before. There was somebody before, awful person. But we'll see. I mean, again, this, and, Ads brings up a good point in the chat, even though Ads is in friggin' a different country than us. He knows. This is a questioning. It doesn't matter. What comes down, what really matters is what they end up really doing. You can question someone all day, and they can tell you exactly what they're going to do, and it might be horrible. And they can tell you exactly what they're going to do, and it might sound great. And they can just lie to you, potentially. So you're right. In the end, this is all just a big nothing. But, you can just kind of generally decide how you feel about what someone's saying about what they're going to do. That's really about it, right? So there it is. Let's hear a little bit more from, I guess Bernie Sanders is going. Do we have any donations? Let me check the donos. The donos. No, there's no donos. We're bankrupt here. On the Joe Cronin Show, we're bankrupt. That's okay. Go back to Bernie.
Senator Cassidy asked you an important question, and that is, do you agree, and let me just once again get your feelings on this, that if there is a movement to abolish the Department of Education, it has to go through the United States Congress?
Yes, it is set up by the United States Congress, and we work with Congress. It clearly cannot be shut down without it.
Good. Thank you.
Senator Collins.
Thank you. Welcome. First of all, let me say I was very pleased to hear your strong commitment to enforcing the Office of Civil Rights jurisdiction over the many instances, horrible incidences of anti-Semitism that we've seen on our college campuses. Among the important programs that are administered by the Department of Education.
Someone put her in a doctor's appointment. Like, you talk about Department of Education, put this lady needs Department of Physical. This is RFK-like, except she's shaking.
Our Title I, IDEA, and the TRIO programs, all of which have been high priorities for me. I want to briefly discuss those programs. Title I helps public schools that are serving low-income students. It helps level the playing field in terms of resources compared to more affluent communities. In Maine, 63% of our public schools receive Title I funds. Very important to our state. Second, IDEA, the Disabilities in Education Act, which helps children with special needs. Maine receives more than $65 million to support K through 12 students with special education needs. I would note that that falls far short of the 40% that was promised when the legislation was passed in the 1970s. TRIO programs, which we've discussed, have changed the lives of countless first-generation students who are going to college.
To the State Department of
Jesus.
My office heard from a former teacher from Oakland, Maine, who has developed a high-impact tutoring model, and it's currently being used in 12 schools in Maine alone. and she has one of the grant applications pending.
All right, so yeah, the grants aren't going away. You're happy about that. Sounds good.
Laws. You indicated that you understood that Congress has passed these laws, but a lot of turmoil is happening. You heard it from my colleague just asking that question now. So I want to ask you, if confirmed, do you commit to getting every dollar we have invested in our students and schools out to them?
Well, the appropriated dollars and those monies that are passed by Congress, yes. I have no issue, however, with the fact, and I believe the American people spoke loudly in the election last November to say that they want to look at waste, fraud, and abuse in our government. So DOJ, there are a couple of implants at the Department of Education, as there are with agencies throughout the district, and they're doing an audit.
Right,
You know,
I
and
understand an audit, but when Congress appropriates money, it is the administration's responsibility to put that out as directed by Congress, who has the power of the purse. So what will you do if the president or Elon Musk tells you not to spend money Congress has appropriated to you?
We will certainly expend those dollars that Congress has passed, but I do think it is worthwhile to take a look at the programs before money goes out the door. It's much easier. It is much
I
easier
understand that, but
to stop the money as it's going out the
by
door
law
than
is
it is to claw it back.
Process by law is that you look at that, you make recommendations to Congress, and we implement those laws. So, I mean, the question really is, who decides how much federal funding public schools get in Seattle, where it's already been allocated? The school district or Elon Musk or Congress? And I think Congress has been pretty clear that the purse lies here. We pass our appropriations bills. We expect those programs to come. If you have input, if you have programs you have looked at that you believe are not effective, then it is your job to come to us, explain why, and get the support for that. Let me move on. Ms. Mann, I believe that our nation's students, families, and taxpayers do want true accountability. They do want improvement in our schools. Back in 2015, Congress came together in a bipartisan way to replace the No Child Left Behind Act with the new law.
I bet this chick was hot when she was like 18, maybe 20.
Every Student Succeeds Act. That was a bill I was very proud to negotiate with my Republican counterpart on this committee, passed it into law. It gives states more flexibility in using their federal education funds. It eliminated those one-size-fits-all mandates that everyone hated, and it established some really strong federal guardrails to hold states and schools accountable. I believe that the Department of Education must do more to implement that law. Right now, less than 42% of our schools identified for comprehensive support and improvement, or CSI as we call it, had a plan that met all the requirements of that law. And 1 in 5 schools' plans included practices we know are ineffective. National assessment results, as you well know, released a few weeks ago, show that our lowest
nomination.
Thank you.
Look forward to your confirmation, hopefully, and
Going to other schools, but they have
blah, blah, blah. Let's get to the good stuff.
Thanks for wanting to take this on, because there's a lot of obstacles going to be in your way. And so don't be afraid to make changes. We've had a K through 12 system for years. It's a failure. It is an absolute failure. Let's teach our kids. That's the only chance they got to survive in this world, which is going to be very, very competitive. Now we have...
And can we start teaching the kids about stock and 401k and about how to invest money and how that works? Can we teach kids how to run a bank account, the difference of an account number, a savings account, that sort of thing, property, taxations, everything? Can we start teaching our kids about everything? Credit, how credit works, credit cards, credit histories, purchasing a home, all that sort of thing? Can we literally have real life classes on things that help people? Can we start doing that too, instead of learning why a dog has 3 dicks or whatever the fuck we teach kids in school right now, and about arithmetic, algebra, things that they'll never use? You know, unless they're in advanced mathematics class and they're probably going to be an engineer or do something with math in the future. So we start putting them into elective high-end math classes. We don't need kids to be, you know, that good in math, if they're not that good at math. do we have to learn these? It's like, can we focus? How do we focus school so that it's ready to teach your kid? Can all schools have trade schools or trade school options? Why can't we do that? Oh, my kid wants to be a plumber. Can we focus his schooling on that since he pretty much wants to be a plumber? After 9th or 10th grade, the last 2-3 years of high school should be all classes that are honed in on skills that you like or that you want to do. For instance, my son really loves history for whatever reason that is. So, can we focus, why not focus his last couple of years on advanced history classes and going in depth on that should he pass the other classes?
You fucking mark!
Amani West. Amani, thank you for subbing to the channel. What's going on? If you guys want to donate, I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. Streamlabs link is pinned to the top of the chat. Use that to donate live. And like I said, I'll talk about anything, and we'll talk about whatever you want. Open forum right now, but we're just listening in on a little bit of, Linda McMahon in Congress.
Would public schools be in
the Senate
violation of this order? Would they risk funding if they had clubs that students could belong to based on their racial or ethnic identity?
Well, I certainly today don't want to address, hypothetical situations. I would like, once I'm confirmed, to get in and assess these programs, look at what has been covered.
Is that a pretty easy one? I mean, you're saying that it's a possibility that if a school has a club for Vietnamese American students or black students where they meet after school, that they could be potentially in jeopardy of receiving federal funding?
Again, I would like to fully understand what that order is and what those clubs are doing.
That's pretty chilling. I think schools all around the country are going to hear that. What about educational programming centered around specific ethnic and racial experiences? My son is in a public school. He takes a class called African American History. If you're running an African American history class, could you perhaps be in violation of this court order, of this executive order?
I'm not quite certain, and I'd like to look into it further and get back to you on that.
So there's a possibility, you're saying, that public schools that run African American history classes, right? This is a class that has been taught in public schools for decades, could lose federal funding if they continue to teach African American history.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I would like to take a look at these programs and fully understand the breadth of the executive order and get back to you on that.
I think you're going to have a lot of educators and a lot of principals and administrators scrambling right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time's expired.
Senator Murkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Ms. McMahon.
Thank you.
Good to have a conversation with you. You have had the privilege, I know, to come to Alaska during your tenure at the SBA. You came north, so I know that you have had an opportunity to understand some of the challenges that we face with basically our geography. And I wanted to talk a little bit.
There's no way, if I'm as old as this lady, that I'm sitting in a hearing like this wasting my time. Once I reach like 50 years old, I'm out of there. I'm going to go play. And you know what I mean? I'm going to die any day. Next 20 years, I'm dead for sure, if not the next 5. I am not sitting in this fucking place. And I'm rich? I'm going on vacation. I'll see you guys later. Good luck. And I'll be on the beach for the next 5 to 10 years. With a VR headset playing games and having fun and trolling people on Twitter as a 74-year-old or whatever age. I am not sitting in this stuffy room with these people for 17 hours or whatever it is.
This morning about
not a chance.
About our public schools. There's a lot of discussion, and I listened carefully to your comments to Senator Husted about school choice. We would all love to have the benefits of greater school choice. In the Anchorage public school system, my sons were able to attend a magnet school that was focused on an immersion program for Spanish-speaking immersion program. It was a great program for them. I go to the vast majority of my communities across the state, and there is no choice. It is a small village. It may have 500 people, it may have 1,000 people, but you have one school. And it's not as if there is an opportunity to go to another school, because 82% of these communities are not connected by a road. So if you wanted to go to another school, you would have to figure out how you fly to another village, another population center. So for me, investment in our public education system is really what I have been focused on. I had an opportunity to speak before our Alaska Association of School Boards just recently and received a standing ovation when I said public funds for public schools. Pretty simple. And so I want to ask you whether you believe it is your primary role and responsibility as Secretary to support and strengthen our nation's public schools.
I absolutely do believe that our public schools are the bedrock of our education. You know, they go back to the very founding of our country. I think in the first Constitution, there were actually sectors of each state that were set aside for the specific goal of public education. And so education is certainly understood to be so vital and so important to what we're doing. I understand the schools in Alaska. I think when I was in your office, we were talking about the school that I visited in Kwethluk, which is a very, very small island. And this school was being funded by SBA. This was when I was at SBA. And because we were looking at the fact that there was no real community center and no glue holding the community together, and that children, and especially in K through 12, often dropped out of school because they didn't see the need or the necessity.
Man, she's got some great work done on her face.
Necessity to continue with education, and they would often wind up, on the streets or not having jobs. I've not checked back with that school to see how it was going, but I saw the commitment of that community to invest and to make sure that the best education, and this was a state-of-the-art school built on this island. And when I pulled up in the boat in that village, there were mothers in a smoking hut that were cutting salmon to get ready for the winter. And on the other side, there was this incredibly modern school that was being built. And I think we have to invest our public education, if we can use public funds to help with tutoring in those issues and those instances where you don't have a choice to go to another school.
And you quite possibly saw one of the very few examples of good infrastructure. And as we know, it's not just giving a good building, it is making sure that you have teachers that are able to stay in a village that lacks a lot of resources, a lot of support. I want to pivot from that, but I do want to underscore the emphasis on education equity across America, including in the most rural of areas. Because I listen to a lot of the comments around here, and it works if you're in a city. But it doesn't work in my communities, and I have an obligation to them. I want to ask you about local control here real quickly. This has been something that as Republicans we've been talking about. It's local control, local control, local control. And we've got a lot of folks that are suggesting that now the public school curriculum should not include lessons in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Want to focus on other things. I understand that. But we have ESSA, the Elementary Secondary Education Act. We included a number of provisions that were very, very specific in prohibiting any federal employee from mandating, directing, or controlling a state's school districts or schools' instructional content, academic standards and assessments, curricula, or program of instruction. So you may be in a situation where, as secretary, you may not condition the award of a grant on a school agreeing not to teach DEI subjects. You may be in a position where you can't mandate that they teach the principles of the U.S. Constitution. You may be in a position where you are not able to prohibit teachers from discussing LGBTQ issues with students. ESSA is very clear, and again, it was something that we wanted to promote as Republicans with the
Where do you get
focus
that
on
outfit
local
she's wearing?
control. So how do you balance what you have shared
That outfit.
here before the committee with the requirements of the law that says
She's a smoker.
the federal government is not the school board here, if you will, for our nation's schools?
Thank you, Senator. And I believe, I don't remember which of the senators this morning, well, actually, I think it was Senator Scott, who said that
She might not be a smoker.
For teachers. It's kind of giving teachers the ability to sort of up their professional credentials, and often local governments and occasionally the federal government will give an incentive, a financial incentive.
Enforce the law, Title VI to the hilt, and will you make sure that Jewish Americans are safe on our campuses, for heaven's sake, and these crazy students who are committing crimes, breaking windows, smashing into buildings, trapping Jewish students in libraries, will you make sure that this stops on our college campuses that are getting all of this federal tax money?
absolutely, or face defunding of their monies.
Very good. And let me ask you about something else. For students who have come to this country on a student visa,
I can't believe we have to say
and
that.
as you know, that's a lot of people on our college campuses. For students who
Like
are here on a
nobody
student
should have
visa,
to deal with that.
who have threatened their fellow students, threatened Jewish students, who have supported terrorist organizations, who have broken our law by trespassing or vandalism or acts of violence against Jewish students. Will you see that those students, that their visas are revoked and they are sent home and they're not allowed to stay on our campuses under cover of our laws, committing crimes and threatening our own students? Will you return some common sense to our campuses in this way?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Capitol Police are asked to remove the individual from the hearing room. I'm not sure it's going to matter, but I'm going to remind members of the audience that disruptions are not to be permitted while the committee conducts its business. Please show people the regard you would have them show yourself if you're in this role. It may seem trite, but the rudeness of people who are trying to squelch others as they're trying to communicate in an incredibly public forum is just amazing, amazingly bad. With that editorial comment, I then go to Senator Hassan.
How do these people
thank
get
you,
in
Mr.
here?
Chair, and welcome, Ms. McMahon. It was good to meet with you in my office.
Third heckler, guys.
And I've been starting these hearings with a question I never thought I'd have to ask, and I'll cut to the chase with you because you've said several times that you will uphold the law, so I assume that if the President of the
Third
United
heckler.
States gives you a directive that breaks the law, you will instead do what you are legally required to do rather than his instruction.
The president will not ask me to do anything that is against the law.
Well, the last month has told us that it is quite likely he may, but I am going to take you at your word that you will enforce the law because you've said it several times today. 3 weeks ago, the president unilaterally cut all federal grants by issuing an indefinite
Look at
freeze.
Linda, how she
That's
looks.
an unconstitutional and, yes, illegal action that was stopped by federal courts, to my previous point. Subsequent reporting indicates that the president is also planning to eliminate the Department of Education, the department that you're interviewing today to lead. And there's this little bit of, I don't know, the whole hearing right now feels kind of surreal to me. It's almost like we're being subjected to a very elegant gaslighting here, because Senator Hawley just asked you, and you talked about the need to enforce protections for Jewish students on college campuses, but the very department where the enforcement would take place is the Department of Education, and he wants to eliminate it, and you say you will work with him to do that. Similarly, you've talked about the importance of apprenticeships and other kinds of career and technical education, really important. There's bipartisan support for that here. The Republicans are in charge. We have bipartisan bill after bipartisan bill. We could go right forward with it, but there's this discussion as if we haven't made any progress on that, and there's somehow a partisan divide about that. So I'd encourage you to
I'd rather hear the critiquing people, I guess, more than anything. I just feel like that's more interesting than just like, hey, I love you, Linda. Me too. You know, that sort of thing.
You raised a piece of shit.
Leonard Kitty Kisser. Age limits in schools. Oh boy. there's no good reason why someone shouldn't be considered too old for third grade, whether you're 12, 15, or not. If you need to be in that class, you should be allowed to be there. Well, there you go. Leonard Kitty Kisser wants to be in second grade again, guys. Good Lord. Well, we're at $7 now, baby. We're on the road to $500. 7 for 500. Well, they're in wrestling, so you should be used to idiots and drunks, says Almighty One. King Hueco Mundo's here. Delta's here. Get her a pedigree. What if Triple H pedigreed Hockley or one of those guys? Let's go back to this. Thank you, Leonard Kitty Kisser, for the donation. My friend, thank you. Where we go?
To look into that. But I want to talk a little bit about why the Department of Education is so important. It plays a critical role in making sure that students, regardless of their zip code, race, gender, disability, or family circumstance, have access to a quality public education. It was established because Congress recognized that the country has a compelling interest in ensuring that all of our kids become self-sufficient members of our workforce and our civil society. New Hampshire schools rely on federal funding of about $2,000 per student to provide that public education. What would you say to parents in my state who are concerned about the president's attempt to cut all federal funding to New Hampshire and to eliminate the Department of Education? Are you telling parents that their children should lose access to special education services, for example, or lose access to trained teachers or school nurses?
Well, thank you, Senator, very much. Let me just object to one point, and that is that, the residents in the state of New Hampshire should not be concerned that federal funding is going to be removed from their schools. How they get that federal funding may change.
My time is limited. What department do you suggest would then administer that funding?
Which funding?
The special education funding.
Special education, I think it could very well go back to HHS, where it started.
All right, so I just want to be clear, you're going to put special education in the hands of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Now, I want to talk about IDEA a little bit.
I know about special education because one time there was a bear and I saw the bear and it was in the ground, dying bear, and I put it in the middle of a park. I love RFK.
To a specific issue regarding the president's plan to eliminate the Department of Education. What does the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act promise?
It promises that we're going to take care of these students, that they're going to be provided with assistance that they have in the schoolrooms, the technology that they need, the assistance. And you and I talked a little bit about that with your own child.
IDEA guarantees children with disabilities a free, appropriate education. What is the federal investment promised to states under IDEA? What's it supposed to be?
In terms of dollar amounts?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
The federal government committed back in 1975 when it passed IDEA to pay 40% of the average per pupil expenditure for special education. You know what the federal government actually does?
I think it's around 14 to 18% at this point.
It's about 15%.
But it's an appropriated amount from Congress, though, and so Congress needs to appropriate those dollars to spend.
That's right, but the President of the United States is proposing, and the Republicans in Congress are proposing massive tax cuts for billionaires, and they're trying to pay for it by massive cuts to education and other services. And just so you know, New Hampshire would lose $60 million.
Guys, hit that like button. We could get 100 likes. I can't believe we don't have it.
My time is almost up. I'm just going to say this. The reason the Department of Education came about in about 1975, IDEA was passed in 1975. 1979 was the department. And Mr. Chair, I'll take just a second here. But people need to understand, people like my son, we talked about him. Before IDEA, before the Department of Education existed, state and local schools did not educate these kids. They barred them from the classrooms. These kids were institutionalized and abused. There is a reason that a Department of Education and IDEA exists, and it is because educating kids with disabilities can be really hard. And it takes the national commitment to get it done. And that's why so many people are so concerned about this proposal to eliminate the department, because they think kids will once again be shoved aside, and especially kids with disabilities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Thanks, sir. One of the things that you and I had an opportunity to talk about a number of months ago, I actually believe that competition does, in fact, increase the production as well as improve the outcome. Typically, whether it's private sector, frankly, public education, I think competition is a key component to making things better and typically cheaper. I think charter schools is a classic example of that. Typically speaking, some of the most successful schools in the country, think about Success Academies in New York City, where you have 83% minorities who are consistently ranked in the top 5 high schools in the state because all kids have high potential of learning. I think that we need to make sure that every parent has choice so that the kids have the best chance at life. By the way, I think that public schools are part of school choice from my perspective. Public schools, private schools, charter schools, virtual schools, homeschool. I want the parents to make that choice because they care the most about their kids. I know some people think it's the teachers' unions. I think it's the parents. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I'm sorry.
I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Oh, absolutely. I agree that competition.
Oh, that would have been great if she said, I'm sorry, and didn't hear anything he just said. And she was like, everything he just said didn't matter. Oh, my God. That would have been really uncomfortable and yet funny. And then it'd be funny if Triple H was in the back whispering to her. He said people should be able to. Like Triple H is like helping her out. Oh, my God. Would that be funny?
I think.
Look at Shane looks like Shane's going to run for office.
Key. When I first started to take a look at education, I was reading the Sunday morning paper in Greenwich, Connecticut, and I saw that public schools in Greenwich, Connecticut were not meeting the levels of No Child Left Behind. And I couldn't understand that. One of the richest communities in the country, how could there be this kind of achievement gap between students, from lower income areas to upper income areas? And so I tried to meet with the superintendent to talk about that article. I couldn't meet with her. I eventually talked to the governor. And the governor said to me, if you're really interested, let me introduce you to some people. And she did. And I started talking to the folks who were developing charter schools in Connecticut, a woman named Daisha Toll. And I visited those schools and I saw how much better those children were performing. They were rapidly coming up to grade level reading and doing math. They were teaching differently. And I thought, this is a real opportunity. This was a charter school, which is a public school.
Yes.
And in the state of Connecticut, it's not fully funded. The facility is not provided. And so it's a public-private partnership to make sure that these schools are offering choice and competitiveness. So we saw it was clear evidence how those schools provided an opportunity for students to succeed.
Awesome. You only have 2 minutes left. That was a quick. Maybe I have as much time as I want. I'll be the chair for a few minutes. It's great. Oh my goodness gracious! Never mind. I didn't see that hammer you had there. So back in 2000,
I didn't see that hammer you had there.
I started working on creating a definition in higher education for anti-Semitism. I thought then that we were seeing a little uptick, and having been raised in the Deep South, I'm familiar with discrimination and the challenges that come with, unfortunately, the color of people's skin and or the religious beliefs. And if you look at the level of hate that we've seen recently on college campuses towards our Jewish students, I find it disgusting, frankly. I hope that you will commit to investigating reports of anti-Semitism to the full extent of the law, especially on college campuses around this country.
Yes, absolutely. There should be no discrimination of any form, but I fully believe that there should be First Amendment protection for discourse and for freedom of speech. But when you become involved in activities that are actually endangering the students that are on campus, then that is not what should happen. And those schools that accept federal...
Well, it's good that Linda, free speech is good and you can do that, but yeah, you can't endanger people for real. I guess that makes sense. Fine. The Jewish people are always very protected. You know who's not protected? People that look like me.
Federal funding that allow that to happen should face defunding.
Thank you. And my last question, I know that many of us on my side of the aisle think that DEI is about power more than it is about anything else. I think diversity actually is very healthy for our country. It is the backbone and the strength of our country. I think diversity, equity, and inclusion is a political movement that has very little to do with the advancement of people based on the merit, based on what they have to offer, and more to do with about gaining power and political position. President Trump and I worked a lot on HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities. He was able to take that funding to the highest level in the history of the country. He was the first president and the only president to make that funding permanent. There's no doubt that our country still struggles with the issue of race, but one of the shining examples of a merit-based system that helps those who do not have see the perspective that the American dream is for them. I hope that you will commit to continuing the efforts of President Trump on supporting historically black colleges and universities.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I met with the president of Howard University a week ago, and we sat and talked through a lot of the different programs that are offered there. And I was very impressed, and I understand that I believe that I'm an honorary Board of Regent member. That may not be the right description by virtue of if I am confirmed as the Secretary of Education, and I look forward to continuing those programs.
And with my last 5 minutes?
Make it fast.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Senator Scott. I see Senator Hickenlooper jumped in front of the freshman. No,
I'll yield to the freshman.
Triple
Just out of
H.
deference to her frosh.
I am the game.
Okay. Senator Blunt Rochester, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and Mr. Hickenlooper, for that sharing of the time. I will first start out by acknowledging that today here with us are representatives from the Delaware State Education Association, and I want to thank them and all of their members for being here in Washington, but more importantly, for what they do for the students and families in the state of Delaware. I also want to thank you, Ms. McMahon, for taking the time to come and meet with me and talk about a myriad of issues. I especially appreciated your candor in our meeting. And, you know, as I'm sitting here watching the passion of the participants, of the members, it is clear that education is so important to this country. And I am clear-eyed about the challenges that we face in accomplishing the goal of ensuring that all students are able to be prioritized. I shared my concerns about the call to abolish the department. I am particularly concerned, as a former cabinet secretary myself, cabinet secretaries do have the influence, the power, the responsibility to share what is good, what is bad, what is wrong. And so I understand waiting until you get into a position to figure some things out, but there are core basic things like, do we have the confusion that people have over this executive order on diversity? They are scared. The fact that school kids are afraid to come to school, maybe because of their status, we're hearing all kinds of stories, and that's why this hearing is so important. That's why this position is so important. And I'm just a little confused because part of the reason why it was created was because in HEW, children were buried into these big departments. Why do you think that a department that is focused and that really is dealing with children, whether it's civil rights, disability, providing the checks and balances, why do you think that it is better to stick the functions of dealing with children with disabilities in a huge department that will not have the same priority?
Thank you very much, Senator, for that question. The bottom line is because it's not working. Department of Education was set up in 1980, and since that time we have spent almost $1 trillion, and we have watched our performance scores continue to go down. I do believe that it is a responsibility to make sure that our children do have equal access to excellent education. I think that that is best handled at the state level, closest to the states. working with state administrators, teachers, parents, who should have input into their curriculum.
I have only 2 minutes, and I just want to follow up. Do you believe that any school benefiting from taxpayer dollars should be required to follow federal civil rights laws?
Schools should be required to follow the laws.
Anybody getting taxpayer dollars. And so that's good. So private schools should not be able to turn away a student with a disability or a student based on their religion or their ethnicity or race.
Well, private schools aren't taking federal dollars.
But I'm saying.
So they have the ability to say that if they do not believe that they
receive them.
Well, if they believe that they cannot best serve that student and they're not taking federal dollars, then they have the right not to accept that student.
But I'm speaking specifically when we talk about, there's a lot of conversation about vouchers. If private schools take federal dollars, can they turn away a child based on a disability or religion or race?
Well, I think that there are also some public schools who are saying that they don't have the.
Really just a yes or no?
No, it's not. It really isn't.
For me, if you want to follow up, because I'm kind of running out of time.
Okay, I'd be happy to follow, and I'd look forward to following up with you to discuss that. Thank you very much.
Okay, because this is one of the big concerns that we hear about. Also, I believe that as a country, as I said, we've benefited from checks and balances. It's a hallmark. If you're concerned, how would you defend the rights of all students if state and local governments are unable or won't address violations of students' civil rights? For example, how will you intervene if a student is being bullied or harassed on the basis of race or disability?
Well, certainly, civil rights, are the rights of everyone. And so we'd want to make sure that our schools are enforcing. The bullying shouldn't happen anywhere. No child should be made to feel uncomfortable. So it is, but the Department of Education does not control that from Washington.
Would you put this in the department? When we talked, you mentioned the Department of Justice. Would you move this to the Department of Justice?
Well, one of the things that we talked about, as I said this morning, that I think there may be more appropriate places that maybe the Department OCR that is currently in the Department of Education is better served in the Department of Justice, where they have civil rights attorneys as well. But I don't know those things yet. If I'm confirmed, I look forward to getting in and really digesting and understanding where all of these particular aspects need to fit to best serve our students. That's the goal. It's to protect our students.
I look forward to following up. You can understand there is a lot of distrust based on people's motivations in just the past few weeks. I think that's why you're seeing all of what you've seen in this audience today in terms of participation of the folks here. This is important. Our students are important, as you know. And so I really hope that this administration and that you will recognize that there are students, there are teachers, there are parents that need the support and the help. And we hope that you will continue as well with your support of HBCUs.
Thank you,
I yield
Senator.
back. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Senator
so
Marshall.
much. Good morning, Ms. McMahon. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you too.
You bet. Ms. McMahon, when I speak to youth, I typically talk about the 3 pillars of my life: faith, family, and education. And thanks to a strong faith, a loving family, and the public educators in my life, I was a first-generation college kid who got to live my American dream and become a physician and practice
Nice
in
teeth.
rural medicine. So this education thing is so important to all of us on both sides of the dais.
This education thing.
I raised 4 kids
This
in public
education
schools.
thing.
And unfortunately, I've seen the deterioration of the education system. And again, we have the most incredible teachers and coaches back home, and I'm grateful for all of them. But I think we'd all agree we're going the wrong direction. Just really big picture, what would be your top priorities? How do we change this ship's direction?
Well, certainly the president has given a very clear directive that he would like to look in totality at the Department of Education and believes that the bureaucracy of it should be closed, that we should return education to our states, that the best education is that closest to the kids. and that we should work with our local schools, with our superintendents, with our parents, to make sure that the education that our students are getting are the ones that is best for them. It's not one-size-fits-all education policy throughout the country. Governors have taken great strides in implementing school choice.
All right.
We talked a little bit about apprenticeships, just focused on that.
Department of Education allocated over $1 billion in grants toward diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
That's crazy.
And that included $4 million toward a, quote, culturally responsive computer science camp for high schoolers, $1 million to train elementary teachers in Iowa on, quote, equity-centered education.
No.
$38,000 for a one-day session with a, quote, equity consultant in Michigan. Countless dollars to
Hey, Bullfrog is a moron.
Scissor me, Joe!
Thomas.
Hey Joe. I'm in your chat. This is cool. I wanted to donate some money to you. I feel a deep connection with you.
Nice.
Been enjoying you for a while. Sometimes I think I enjoy you too much. I often question my sexual orientation.
Oh, Thomas. Well, it's going to take a lot more than that to get me to question mine, let me tell you that. But I do appreciate
Shit bomb.
the donation.
Hi Joe, Vulcan salute. I blame all this stupidity on bad new Trek shows. It's made for stupid people by stupid people, and why our kids are dumbed down. Woozy face, smiley face.
Oh man, No Money G. Thank you, No Money G. Dropping the super chat, baby. Right after some guy professed his love to me. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm going to blame the same Star Trek people. I think it's the California people. You know, they're so ridiculous over there that they're like, well, we're also in charge of things. You know, they constantly screw it up over there. No Money G, thank you, my friend. Let me see. Thank you, No Money G. That puts us up to 15. 15, baby. Yeah, baby. We got the $15 going. No Money G. I like it, brother. Let me get you up here. There you go. No Money G. Yeah, something's in the water out there. The Popcast guys, look what it did to those guys. They're doing like all political stuff now. They've like lost their they're like, that's it, politics. That's how bad Star Trek is. Star Trek is turning Star Trek fans into conservative people who do political shows. That's how bad it is. Think about how bad Star Trek is. That's how bad it is. They've turned all of us from Democrats to conservative-y people who do politics shows. That's how bad Star Trek is. If there's not a better example of it, I don't know what is. How about Jeremy from The Quartering, who I've been watching since he had 5,000 subs on YouTube, because he used to have a channel where he pulled Magic the Gathering cards, and his whole channel was pulling Magic the Gathering cards like a dork and talking about them. Ooh, look at this Red River. It's like, what a dork. And then because of all the politics, he got banned from things. And then that made him go, what the hell is going on in the world? And then he finally started making videos about it. And then the next thing you know, he starts making more videos about it. And then he starts talking about what's going on in the world with, like, the left is losing their mind. And I used to be left. What's going on? And next thing you know, his whole channel is now about politics and news stories. And now he's far to that realm. And now I'm watching the podcast, and those guys aren't even like talking Star Trek anymore. They're like, Joe Biden's an idiot. And I'm like, what's going on? So, like, dude, that's what is going on in the world. They've turned dorks into political people, and the dorks used to be in charge of creativity stuff. Used to do creative stuff as dorks. Now, like drama students are doing all the sci-fi. It's weird. The whole world's flipped on its back. Thank you, Thomas. Thomas, yeah, you drop 500, I'll lick your taint. How about that? Look at this guy going to the fire. We didn't start the fire. We're going into the fire. Thank you, No Money G. Thank you, Thomas. Leonard Kitty Kisser as well. Good Lord. All right, let's finish up the Linda thing.
Race-based hiring, which is unconstitutional and unlawful, by the way. Will you commit to ending all racial discrimination in government programming at the Department of Education?
That will be my goal, absolutely, to work, and I'd look forward to working with you and other members of the committee as well, and with Congress to make sure that we can take the ideology, if you will, out of education and focus on actually teaching our students to read.
Triple H is doing his part, according to people, of keeping black people out of the main events in WWE. Isn't that funny that this question's coming up? The other day, I don't know, people are calling Triple H racist and stuff, and we had to have this whole debate on it and break it down and everything. It's fucking crazy. We did it the other day. A lot of debates on that, and now today he's there. This ain't going to help that. It's going to make him even worse for those people. That guy that called him Triple K the other day, he can't help that he's bald. I'm balding.
And to write and to do arithmetic, because they cannot be successful if they cannot do the basics.
Some of my colleagues today have talked about the rise of anti-Semitism on
Continue to pass
the funding, which they...
Oh, here's, this is, isn't this, oh, that's Senator Kim.
That's what we are talking about.
I thought that was Ed Markey from Massachusetts because he's an idiot.
And to help you block it, make it the public should know that
I hope this guy shows his privates.
America are giving money to the universities that they're sending their kids to. So thank you very much for your leadership. You have my full support. I look forward to working with you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Senator Markey.
Oh, it is Markey. He's a nutcase.
Yesterday, President Trump said he'd like the Department of Education to be closed immediately. He called the department a big con job. Education funding helps us work towards a country where every student can go to their school knowing that they will get the same education as the family that can afford private school.
Yeah,
Public
right.
school
Who
is
thinks
not a
that?
con job. It's equality for every student, regardless of income. It helps guarantee that every student, including the 26 million low-income students, the 10 million rural, 5 million English language learners, 7 million disabled students, and 1 million homeless can go to public school knowing they have the same opportunity.
Like Tommy
as every
NC,
other student.
who got a diploma for not
Trump's
reading.
crusade to abolish the Department of Education and, quote, root out waste and fraud and corruption for cuts to public schools is an attack on every public school student, parent, teacher, paraprofessional, administrator, and school worker in this
Linda
country.
McMahon.
Waste, fraud, and corruption is code for cuts to public education for all of those students. So I have here the text of a bill I've been working on, the No Cuts to Public Schools Act. This bill would guarantee that federal funding to public schools could not be cut during the length of President Trump's administration. Mr. McMahon, can you commit?
You know, while I understand what Markey's saying, and I kind of agree with everything about the, whatever, if I was Linda, I'd be like, you know what, why don't you take that bill and shove it up your ass?
Today,
How about that?
to not cutting funding for public schools in this country?
Well, certainly what I'll commit to, sir, is that funding for schools is appropriated by Congress. And that funding should continue. Congress will continue to pass those laws. The Department of Education is not doing that.
So will you support, will you oppose?
Ed Markey is a fucking retard person who's just there to perform for the retard Massachusetts liberal people who are like, so he's just saying this stupid shit so that he can show it to them. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, And yet he does know what he's talking about because she's already said this during this hearing multiple times. He already knows this. He's just putting on a theatrical performance for the retards of Massachusetts who need to talk about their feelings. Because for him, facts don't matter. He just has a piece of paper that you've got to sign and I said something. And that's not how it works, dumb fuck.
Any cuts to public
This guy is such a
education, yes or
retard.
no?
It's unbelievable.
Well, the president is not saying that we should cut funding to public education.
Yes, he is.
He is
Yes,
simply
he is.
saying, well, I would disagree with you there.
Elon Musk yesterday announced he would immediately cut $900 million from the Department of Education. And he stood right next to...
Yes, from the Department of Education. As in they would cut like spending of the Department of Education because maybe they're spending it on dildos. And that's what he would cut. He's not I don't think he said they would cut the certain programs for the kids. That's what they're saying. I'm not saying that they're not lying and that they may not lie and that may not happen, but what you're saying, it's these things don't equal each other.
Trump made that very clear. So the answer I'm looking for, by the way, is a yes. I will fight to make sure that public funding is not cut because that announcement was just made, the $900 million cut, and we know that's just a down payment to gut the education of every public school student in America. And by the way, to find the billions of dollars that are going to be needed for the tax cuts for billionaires and millionaires in our country, they have to go to the Department of Education, they have to go to Clean Air and Clean Water, they have to go to Medicaid, they have to go to the Affordable Care Act, they have to go to all of the programs that they are calling waste, fraud, and corruption, but that's just another way of saying the programs that help the poor and the sick and the elderly, the disabled in our society. That's what we are talking about, because they want all of these programs gutted to find the funding for the tax breaks.
Oh, there goes that's the bomb trigger right there.
So DOGE, as it's rumbling through the Department of Education right now, just stands for Department of Gutting Education. That's what they're doing. They're inside looking
See,
at
he's
it.
just saying stuff.
$900 billion
Department of
is
Gutting
the
of
down
Education.
payment. So
yeah,
this
no
thing-
shit. That's what he said. Literally, Trump said, I'm going to fucking dismantle it. He said that. Then this guy is now saying, you know what it really stands for? It stands for that. Yeah, no shit. That's what he said. This is a performance. This is I told you before I even continued. This is a performance. He's not really speaking he's not having a real conversation. He's got things he's got to say in a theatrical performance that he's written down on a piece of paper with bullet points. Say this, perform that, explain that. There is no real good questioning here. This is all a written performance so he can go back to Massachusetts and say, look what I did. They are. Senator Ed Markey says to Linda McMahon, DOGE stands for Department of... But like right before that, he literally brought up himself that Trump said that. So what's the big gotcha there? Oh, you got us. Yes. That is what it stands for if you want. Sounds good to me. We're going to dismantle the fuck out of all the bullshit that you're doing to the fucking educational system and the bullshit spending, and we're going to change it and make it more valuable. You fuck. So it's just a performance, because if I was the senator and I was really concerned about these things, I would be saying those things to her, not with these little zip zappy zoo words that he's using. You know what I would say to Linda McMahon? Linda, let's pretend that you get in there. I want to give you a couple of scenarios. And I want you to tell me, what do you think? And I know we won't hold you to it, but what do you think is the most likely scenario? That you get into the Department of Education and that you end up dismantling the entire thing and shutting it all down, or that you end up keeping things about the way they are now, or that you make major changes, a major overhaul, and kind of relaunch it in a way that you feel is more efficient? Of those three scenarios, could you tell me which one is the more likely scenario, and then have her answer? I'm going to bet she says that she would overhaul it, and that's what it's going to be. Is there a scenario in which, it's going to be harder or tougher for disabled children and people that struggle and people that need these services, generally, not specifically, but generally, is there going to be a scenario where those people, those kids, those families, where it's harder to get access to that help than it is now? Or is it going to be easier? Can you project that for me? And let Linda answer. And if Linda's answer is, well, that will be up to the states. Let's talk about what if you are in a state that doesn't deliver this to the children and things do get harder for your child. Is your recommendation to move to another state? Or is there any fallback for the parents or the teachers or the school system in the event that these efficiencies, as you say it, were to become more inefficient for a parent based on state? Or would you just say, well, that's how the state's terrible at that, that's on them to get better? And, you know, though, like really grinding it down into the specifics as best you can would be much more effective than sitting here like Ed Mockery, like he is, and just put out a performance for your dumb Massachusetts far-left meatballs. If you guys want to donate to my show, feel free to donate. I'm doing long streams because I need to make $500 by Friday or I'm fucking fried. So if you guys want to donate, the donations are on. I will play them. $5 here, $2 there, $3 here. It all adds up. Whatever you want to do or don't want to do, Venmo, Cash App, it's all available on your screen. Plus, Streamlabs link is pinned to the top of the chat. The link is up top on the top of the chat. Feel free to click it. Support the show. I don't feel like doing a GoFundMe, so instead I just have live donations. So I'm streaming as much as I can. Funny enough, oh, look at that. Oh, my God, he's exploded on fire. My God, the human being's on fire. Sorry. Anyway, back to Ed Mockery. Let's see if he continues.
McMahon, can you commit today to fight so that not $1 from public schools goes towards paying for tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires?
What a vague statement, fucking idiot. Now, I mean, maybe that is true, but what a open-ended, weird statement. I mean, if they really did that, though, then they'd be held to pay. If they really do that or did that, they'll be held to pay. Trust me. If Trump and them did that, they'll be held to pay. But anyway.
Well, that was certainly a broad...
See? What a broad statement. You fucking Mockery piece of shit. Ed Mockery.
View of what is going on right now today.
Wow, you are a retard person, Ed Mockery. What a stupid person in Massachusetts. What a stupid son of a bitch who represents Massachusetts.
Trying to find waste, fraud, and abuse. Those groups that are in the Department of Education, from my understanding, have looked at competitive contracts that are bidding, and let's see where that money's going. How's it being?
Nice performance is what she should have said.
I'm not there. If I may, Senator,
what they're doing,
you've asked me a question. I would really like the opportunity to answer.
What they're doing is, first, they announce...
Go ahead, put on your fucking performance, you fucking fuckhead performing senator piece of shit, communist Nazi fuck. You're the fuckhead. I've seen all your other fucking shit, Ed, you old haggard piece of shit. I've seen all your fucking proposals. I've seen all your Massachusetts shit. You are a fucking idiot. And this is a performance. You're a fake fucking politician performing piece of cunt.
The cuts. Then they go to find where it is. So it's all backwards, and again, we know what the plot is.
No, we don't. We don't know what the fucking plot is. You don't. I don't know. You don't know. We don't really know. You have a fucking idea of what it is. You've made up a narrative of what it is. We don't really know what it is.
The answer I'm looking for is a yes, because...
You ain't getting a yes with a generalized, vague statement, you idiot.
if even...
I wouldn't say yes to shit that you've said. Even if I agreed with it, I wouldn't say yes to a stupid son of a bitch like this. Oh, yeah, let me just say yes to your fucking crazy, like, broad general statement of weird. You can take your goddamn generalized gotcha performance question and stick it right up your ass.
$1 flows away from an educator or a student towards a billionaire tax break, that will be immoral in our country. Immoral. These kids deserve the funding which they are receiving. And Donald Trump and Elon Musk should be ashamed that they are working harder for billionaires than they are for working.
Elon is a billionaire. They are billionaires. You're working for billionaires. You stupid fuck. You've taken all kinds of fucking money from billionaires. Well, who's George Soros, Ed?
Working families for these kids who need help. 90% of disabled of students go to public schools. 95% of students with disabilities.
God, will you ask a real question? Will you actually, dude, do you want me to be the senator? Do I got to go be the senator? Hire me, Massachusetts. Are you ready to go? Linda, I'm sure you're aware of the optics of if the Department of Education stops helping children in America, especially in certain states, children end up suffering because of the changes that are made. And if the rich get richer, either directly or indirectly from some of these changes by the Department of Education or by the squashing of the Department of Education, that there will be a perception that, once again, the majority of public school students in this country end up being wronged while the rich get richer. Now, I'm not saying that you're directly going to make that happen, but if that were to happen, it would be a perception of a failure, an injustice, and it probably enrage many of the American people. Now, although that being a broad statement, I can assume that you are working hard to make sure that that scenario does not play out. Am I right about that? You could say that. You could say that. That's a somewhat of the same way of, without putting a $1 goes to a billionaire. You're going to like, well, what does that mean? I mean, money could go to a billionaire technically, and now I've told you that, like, you've just handicapped me. I don't know exactly the answer, and I'm not going to say I don't know either. Well, you gotcha question. If you're running the Department of Education, are public school children going to have an easier time or a worse time than now? How about that question? That's a pretty open question. She could say yes. Oh, I mean, I would like to think that their education would be as well as it is now, if not better. Okay. It's not going to get worse? You think so? And then maybe Linda McMahon says, well, that's up to the states. And again, that is the biggest concern, up to the states. So Linda, you could say this to Linda too. Linda, I understand that you want things to get better and you're going to try to do that, but there is a potential for a sink or swim situation in each state, depending on those states. Is there some kind of a safety net or backup for funding for parents who maybe get the short end of the stick, depending on where they live in the country and how their state is handling it? Is there any openness for a safety net? And if you don't know the answer to that because you're not in there yet, I mean, can you give a clarity on where you would stand on potentially creating that situation or that safety net for those children and those families and those teachers? How about you ask some real questions to get an idea of where Linda's head is at and what type of commitments we can get from her, rather than these bombastic questions that can't really be answered because it's just about you saying that so you can go tell the Massachusetts people that's what you said.
Go to public schools, and Trump and Musk want to take from those students to give to billionaires. That is immoral.
That's what you're saying. See, he went from saying, "What if that happens? Can you tell me that's not going to happen?" Now he's saying that's going to happen. So which one is it? How can you be asking Linda McMahon, like, do you see this is what they've said? So you're like, is it going to be that you're taking money from the kids to give to billionaires? Can you commit that you won't do that? And now he's saying they are doing that. So do you see where this doesn't make any fucking sense at all?
It's wrong, it's unjust, and we're going to fight it
It would be wrong and unjust.
every single step of the way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to fight it every single step. Fight what? We don't know what they're doing yet. And if that is what they're doing, then why would you ask a question like that before? Why wouldn't you just get up there and say, we know what you're doing, Linda McMahon. We don't. You're not fooling anybody. Elon Musk is going to do this. Trump is going to do that. And they've said they're going to do that. And they're going to give more money to the billionaires and their billionaire friends and millionaires. And the kids are going to lose out. That is a disgrace, a despicable thing. I'm very concerned about this whole thing. Linda, how can you sit there and say that you're for helping kids and doing all these things for children and our schools and literally sit there with a smile on your face and appear to be such a smart person and actually go through with something like this? How can you consciously do that? And maybe it's because you're rich too. Maybe it's because of all the power your family has, your husband, you, Donald Trump, everybody, and you're all part of the same friendship group. But what about everybody else who's suffering out there? How can you sit there and do that? Why not just say that to her? Why not just go at her and say that? Because everything else then doesn't make sense. Are you going to do this? Is this going to happen? Can you pledge it won't happen? Oh, guess what? It is happening and we're going to fight it. What? See? It's a goddamn performance by a piece of shit. By a magician. Gotcha. Gotcha. You gave yourself away. You don't actually care. Because that was a performance. I care about the same things he cares about and is saying. I certainly do. But you wouldn't ask all these questions the way he just asked them if this was real.
New subscriber.
You fucking mark!
Yo, Michael T, what's up? Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the halftime show. I did like Snoop, Dre, and Eminem and 50 Cent, though. Yeah, I liked that one. Big G.
I've been going to wrestling shows
Big Nate
for over
Gaming,
30
thank
years.
you.
Never in all that time have I ever felt, until last Sunday, that my security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
What's up, Joe Billette?
Big G, thank you, man. Thank you so much, brother. Big G, thank you for the donation, man. We're making $13 an hour right now. It's not bad. It's actually, it's a rough one. My side hurt. My fucking gallbladder hurts from yelling, by the way. You're not a fan of the Crips? Metallica next year would be awesome, but I don't think so. Jay-Z's in charge. That ain't happening. Yeah. That ain't happening. Metallica is not happening. What's with Streamlabs? I don't know. What's with it? Is it not working today? What's with Streamlabs? It's work. I think it's working. That guy donated on Streamlabs. Is it not working for you? Yeah, you can always Venmo and Cash App, Venmo. I'll play it live. I'll play a donation live on the air, even if you donate that way. PayPal.me/Joe Cronin Show, or just use Streamlabs, pinned to the top of the chat. Yeah, no problem. We're trying to, trying to raise the money. All right, and I'm ranting about these. Linda McMahon. Triple H is like, get me out of here.
Student towards a billionaire tax break, that will be immoral in our country. Immoral. These kids deserve the funding which they are receiving. And Donald Trump and Elon Musk should be ashamed that they are working harder for billionaires than they are for working families, for these kids who need help. 90%.
If I'm wrong about this, if they do this, we'll come back to this for sure. You know what I mean? But this is the wrong way to go about questioning. This guy had all week to figure out what he was going to say.
Of disabled of students go to public schools. 95% of students with disability go to public schools, and Trump and Musk want to take from those students to give to
What is that banging? Is that the gavel or is
billionaires. That is immoral. It's wrong. It's unjust, and we're going to fight it every single step of the way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Markey. Senator Moody.
Hello, it's so great to be with you. Thank you for joining us today. I'd like for you to have some time to answer some questions. Wouldn't that be unique?
Oh, my God. She just side-eyed Ed Markey there on that. Wouldn't that be unique?
To billionaires.
This guy just went on a rant. By the way, I like how I called it before anything even happened. He just went on his tirade performance before he even did it. I told you guys he was going to do it because that's what he is a performer, an actor.
It's immoral. It's wrong. It's unjust, and we're going to fight it every single step of the way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Markey. Senator Moody.
Hello, it's so great to be with you. Thank you for joining us today. I'd like for you to have some time to answer some questions. Wouldn't that be unique?
Wow, look at her
I'm wondering,
looking.
one of my very first important questions is it harder to sit composed and calm and focused among a bunch of WWE wrestlers, or is it harder to sit in this hearing with people popping up and yelling at you all the time?
I can stay pretty composed and focused in either environment.
As you know,
Well,
the United States Department of Education provides more than
Well, this person's going to be a softball friend or something.
$120 billion in grants, and much of that flows through to our public university systems. And the Higher Education Act makes a condition for higher education to receive a single dollar of that money, that higher education institution has to be accredited. Now, that's not by the Department of Education. That they have delegated that to a private entities of persons that aren't accountable to voters, aren't accountable to the president, and they decide who's accredited, which institution actually is eligible to get all that money. In Florida, we have had the experience that our post-secondary institutional accreditor,
Where's the
the
question?
Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, also known as SACS, has decided that it will threaten that accreditation, meaning threaten our federal funding, if we even suggest that maybe a former policy leader, lawmaker, conservative might go into leadership in a university. Or one of my dear friends, Senator Scott, former Governor Scott, had suggested that he was going to go on campus and speak about hazing. Seems pretty expected. As a parent, I would want that. And our accreditation was threatened. Even in North Carolina, when they wanted to institute a policy focused on, or excuse me, a program focused on ideological diversity, their accreditation was threatened. As Attorney General of Florida, I sued. I think there's a constitutional problem with the Department of Education delegating that authority to a private organization who dictates whether someone can get federal funding and tries to insert their own preferences and policies down into the education policies of a state and force it on our educational institutions. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about that today. I don't think it's just frustrated Florida. I think, yes, we were one of the first states to stand up and fight and go to court and try and stop that. But a lot of the themes that you're hearing, especially with some of the nominees, are we're trying to stop unelected bureaucrats or unelected people in these private organizations that have been either getting a lot of authority or a lot of federal money pushing policies into the states, and we don't think that's right. So I wanted to talk to you. Do you think that's right?
No, I don't think that's right.
And if you're confirmed, which I expect that you will be, and I hope that you are, I'm very impressed.
Listen, if Tulsi and RFK got confirmed, Linda's going to get confirmed. Linda is straight up. We'll see what she does, but
some of your
Department of Education, that's right?
Correct.
Do you know if President Trump shares that sentiment?
look, Marquis already gone. Ed Marquis is already gone. This is the guy that whispered, "Good job," to the guy. Yeah, Ed Marquis did not do a good job. Let's see if this guy does.
I've heard President Trump recently, over the last couple of weeks, in conjunction with his fervor to shut down the bureaucracy of the Department of Education, he has also stated that he will work with Congress to make that happen.
Do you know if Elon Musk, have you had any conversations with him about the Department of Education? Him
I have
or
not.
his team? Why I raise this is that, I just came from another hearing that was talking about foreign assistance, talking about USAID. USAID is another element of our federal government that was codified by Congress, and we see an effort there to dismantle it. Not fully abolish it, but dismantle it basically down to about 600 people. Gut everything, put it under the State Department. So I guess I wanted to just ask you, if something like that was proposed by the Trump administration for the Department of Education, does that have to come?
Oh my God, he's asking the question that I said Ed Markey should have asked after Ed Markey didn't ask it, and then he said, good job. That's so funny. This guy's asking the question that I just brought up would be a good question. See, Ed Markey, are you fucking taking notes, you idiot?
To Congress.
Certainly there are departments that I believe that are in the Department of Education by statute, and those have to be looked at.
You raised a piece of shit!
I'm 5'6". I'm a lawn care worker in West Nyack, New York. My last membership relapsed and just renewed for the Men Mingle site, and it linked me here. I've forwarded my profile and have not received a response yet. I'm still searching.
Well, let me tell you something, my sir, Black. If you could forward all those photos to my email, because I would love to take a look at, your body. You know what I mean? Let's just be honest about it. I'll have to take a look at it. Thank you, sir, for the $4. That puts us at the $31 mark. Thank you, sir, very much.
What elements of the Department of Education are those that are protected by statute?
I believe IDEA is. I think Title I is. And I'd like to discuss that, look into it and discuss it more fully with you.
But for those that are not codified by statute,
Man, Linda definitely had something. The lips are blown up and everything. I can't believe it.
you're saying those are ones that the executive branch can do as they please.
Well, I think that I would like to look into that more.
Why I kind of mentioned this as well is that, just in the first couple of weeks here, we had a lot of conversation about the surge of anti-Semitism, our strong support and making sure we're protecting students from that type of harassment, from that type of intimidation. Absolutely something we need to stand against in terms of anti-Semitism. But I guess I was alarmed because what we ended up seeing is that multiple attorneys and other staff members of the department's Office of Civil Rights have been placed on administrative leave with no notice, no explanation. And some of them were in the process of investigating cases directly related to anti-Semitic harassment. So I guess I wanted to just ask you, is that something you would support? Do you think that that's the right actions that we should be taking at this
That's not her job.
time that we see such a surge in anti-Semitism?
Well, Senator Kim, I know it's not a great comfort for me to say this morning that I am not yet confirmed and have not yet been in the department. I don't know about all the administrative people that have been put on leave. I want to look into that. I want to understand it. I want to assess the department. I can't do that unless I'm confirmed and I get there, but I would certainly be willing to come back to you with a more specific answer.
But does that concern you at all if, if you were confirmed? Would you make that a priority to go and see whether or not this is going to impact our ability to respond to anti-Semitism?
No, I would want to make sure that we have everything that we need to have in place to protect our students on campuses.
One thing that we have been having this debate on here in Congress is about this, and what we've seen is that Republicans have called for a 25% cut in the budget of the Office of Civil Rights. Is that something you would support?
Again, I would want to see exactly what that impact is going to be and understand it.
Look, I guess I'm frustrated.
The answer is it's possible. It's possible.
Because I feel like this is such a clear place where we can just say, yes, we want to make sure we have as much resources as possible to be able to fight anti-Semitism, to make sure.
No, because that's your opinion, stupid fuck, but there are lots of resources that are overutilized and used for stupid purposes. So the answer is we want to be as efficient as possible and fight it to the max with the max utilization of funds, but in an efficient manner. So we don't want to waste a bunch of money fighting nothing. You know, that's the answer. That's been the answer. That's my answer. Is that her answer? Maybe. We want the department to be as efficient as possible. If you can cut 30% and still be the same efficiency or higher, that's the goal, clearly. Right?
Make sure that we're addressing these needs.
Not just
such a
throwing
surge. When we
money
see
at
a
a bunch of
surge in
random
anti-Semitism, of course we would want a
You know what I'm
surge in
saying?
resources to focus on that. So I just wanted to raise that because this whole debate that we're having right now, it feels like it's untethered from.
It's not a debate. It's supposed to be a question and answer, probe, something like that. Debate.
Just the reality on the ground. And I just urge you, if you are confirmed, that we are understanding the human impact of the problems that are here. I have a second grader and a fourth grader. I got 2 little boys. And I just had their parent-teacher conference. And yes,
Oh my God, is this guy gonna cry too?
we talked through the performance of my kids, the data that NAEP and others are used, the Institute for Education Sciences. Now we're seeing $900 million cuts to that coming out from Elon Musk and his team. But I just raised this is the reason why teachers are concerned right now is not about their own salaries and their own careers. When they talk to me, they talk about the kids. They talk about the kids. That's like
Yeah, Linda has a lot of Botox.
I find that to be so powerful when these teachers, they're saying, look, like, I'm not asking about my own career. I'm asking about the kids. So just as you proceed, just remember that. Parents are very scared right now.
That fucking banging needs to stop.
Now yield back.
Thank you, Senator Kim. Senator also Brooks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just begin my remarks. Hello, thank you so much, Ms. McMahon, for being here today. And I'd like to just begin, follow up with what my colleague said and address what I regard as very disparaging comments. I'd just like to say first by one of my colleagues regarding the educators who have come here today. And in the same vein as Senator Kim, the educators who are here, my colleague referred to them as these people, and said, who would want to be taught by these people, the passionate educators who have come here today, not on behalf of themselves, they're here on behalf of our children. And I want to address how shameful it was to say who would want to be taught by them. They are exactly the kind of people who we want teaching our children. The question I have for you today, I know your parents were civil servants, and so you recognize the importance that they bring to their work, the care and concern that they bring to their work. And I have been very concerned regarding the treatment of many of our civil servants, those especially in the Department of Education. You may know that last night a number of them were laid off with 15 minutes to have their computers turned off, access to it, just treated really horribly. So the question I have for you, because one of my constituents on a town hall I hosted last night with 17,000 Marylanders said that they are working in a culture of fear.
You've handled yourself extremely well.
All right. That's about it. All righty. That's about it. There it was. We watched the whole thing. It was kind of boring, most of it, to be honest. But, you know, it was what it was. I put up a couple of videos earlier today that you guys can check out, and put up a couple of shorts and things like that that you guys can check out as well. Make sure you guys go take a look at those later if you want. Too much Botox. Damn, I think she looks all right. I mean, for her age and everything she's doing, I don't think she's too wild looking, you know, but she does have a different look. I didn't recognize her at first. It was like, wow. Yeah, because Linda always had such a small, very small face, very bony, structured, small face. So to be very puffy like she is It definitely different. It was a little bit jarring to see Linda look like that because she's, you just keep picturing her the way you last saw her, and you don't see her on TV anymore. So it's, except for, things like this politically. So very, very interesting that's how, it just kind of, it jars you at first when you see somebody you haven't seen in a while. But I think she looks pretty good, to be honest. It's very nice.
Mr. President, Doge workers arrived today, Gavin Clagger and others arrived today at the IRS. Do you expect to close the IRS, or what are you expecting?
No, I don't expect it, but I think that the Internal Revenue Service will be looked at like everybody else. Just about everybody's going to be looked at. So it's they're doing a hell of a job. It's an amazing job they're doing. And that force is building. I call it the force of super geniuses, but it's building. And they go up and they talk to some of the people about certain deals, and the people get all tongue-tied. They can't talk because these people get it. They're very smart people. We need smart people, yes.
Well, they're looking at the IRS. Please shut the IRS down. Thank you. No, we can't do that. I owe the IRS $68,000. Is that probably what I'm at? So, President Trump, if you're listening to the Joe Cronin Show right now, I would like to ask you, President Trump, to forgive all back taxes. Fresh start. Forgive all back taxes, fresh start. And of course, there's no tax on tips, so that's good. Please save my life, Donald Trump. All back taxes eliminated. Please eliminate all back taxes, Donald Trump. For anybody who doesn't make more than, anybody who makes less than $200,000 a year, all your back taxes are eliminated. How about that? Oh, my God. Can you imagine if that happened? Imagine, because you can't get rid of the IRS right now because I did the math. I've done the math and I've watched enough videos and done enough of the numbers and looked at the numbers, and there's it's like $7 trillion of taxes. And if we were to get rid of the IRS, if we were to try to tariff the shit out of everybody to make up the money in tariffs, we would only ever get up to about something $billion. We wouldn't even get to $1 trillion. I don't believe. Maybe you get to 1, but even if you got to 1, that still leaves about $6 trillion to make up. You're never going to make that up. So getting rid of the IRS doesn't work unless you can make up the money with cutting spending all over the place and then cutting all kinds of other stuff and then tariffing the hell out of people and then getting up to at least $4, $5, $6, $7 trillion to equal the internal revenue. I mean, so maybe you could cut 20% of the IRS charges and save every American 20%, maybe. But even that, now you still have to make up the other $3-4 trillion. How are you going to do that? So doing it is going to be very hard. I mean, selfishly, obviously, I wish they'd get rid of the IRS, and selfishly, I wish that they would get rid of back taxes, because the $1,500 I pay a month to back taxes is killing me. So, but I'm going to be paying it like forever unless I were to start making an exorbitant amount of money. So I feel hopeless and dead inside. So maybe that would help that a little bit, but I'd have to meet with Trump. It's too bad I didn't make a crazy channel 4 years ago, political channel, and I blew up to a crazy thing, and we could have gotten Trump on the show. I could have asked him that. I could have said, Trump, I owe I paid, $1,500 a month. Could you maybe you can't get rid of the IRS yet, but maybe we could waive all back taxes. What do you think about that? And I could have jerked them off, and then it would have been like, maybe it could have happened. It could have been unbelievable. Wow. But I don't know. All right, I suppose I should probably get off the air now. I streamed for almost 3 hours. Damn, I did 3 hours of streaming. Crazy. We've been hanging out. WWE 2K25 has some big game day updates. Talk about that next time. Josh Matthews was released from TNA. That's crazy. He'd been in TNA for, I want to say, 10 years or maybe more. Maybe 10 years. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure Josh Matthews was there for quite a long time. Crazy. Harley Cameron's stuff on Mercedes the other day was great. I loved that. The rap diss with the puppet was great. Can we play that? Probably AEW would come claim it. It was great, though. It's kind of funny. But what killed me about the whole thing really was the puppet. Like, when I saw that puppet, I started dying. And nothing else even mattered. That that puppet, dude, it looks like retard sad. Oh my God, bro. That killed me. I thought that was great. Great job by her. Look at the glasses. That's funny. Trump did a press conference.
And people are going to be very impressed, I have no doubt. I've known him a long time. He's been a friend of mine a long time.
In this country. Thank you. Great job. Thank you all very much.
What's going on with the stream? The audio.
With me in a little while, so
are you concerned that the countries that would be most affected, like India, would just shift their trading to China?
After years in which our public health system has squandered the trust of our citizens, and they really have,
What is wrong with Fox microphones? What a mess. Oh boy. Please have her on the show. I doubt she'll come on my show. My show is death, I believe, at this point. But I thank you for being here and for coming and hanging out with me here for quite a while this afternoon. Thank you guys for being here. Look for more of my videos and my shorts and my other things. So many shorts. So many things. Love you all. I hope you hit the like button. And you can always support the channel by using the Streamlabs donation link pinned to the top of the chat. PayPal.me/Joe Cronin Show. Patreon.com/Joe Cronin Show. Become a patron. and be a part of the channel. We love you all, and I'll be live again maybe tonight, I suppose. And that's about it. I'll catch you later. Thank you. Look at this big fat wrestler go, oh, I'm on fire. He's on fire, guys.
Old one. You
Yeah.
know, that was a weird one because that was posted by CNN.
Yeah.
And it was almost like a triumphant moment for Trump. Like
Yeah.
even the thumbnail is like Trump stares down KKK.
That's exactly it. Trump stares down the KKK. Yeah. If they released that a year later, it would have been called, like KKK supporters at Trump rally. Like, or something like that.
That was before Trump derangement syndrome had fully kicked in,
Yeah, when they thought he couldn't win. He can't win yet,
No, yeah.
all
Well,
right.
have you I have to ask. Oh, I'm sorry. You're starting it now?
No, I started recording, but that's fine. Go ahead. You're going to ask what? I'll stop recording if you want.
No. It's okay. Have you seen the show, The Boys?
I've heard about it, and I went to watch it, but then, the last couple seasons, it went, I heard it went, woke, but then Troy was like, dude, if you didn't know it was going that way, you're an idiot. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, So I watched a few episodes of it a few years ago, and I didn't really remember much of it. But I was like, oh, this is fine. And then I just saw a clip of it that literally was one of the worst things I'd ever seen.
No.
It really was bad. So the scene is I don't know. One of the superheroes is, for whatever reason, they're mad at him because I guess he killed an innocent black person who was also not innocent because they were a serial killer or something. I don't know. Anyway, they all
Well, they're
start
black,
chanting.
though, so,
Yeah, they all start chanting, "Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter," and then one of the superheroes goes, "No. All lives matter. All lives matter. All lives matter." And it's I thought I was watching a parody of I was like, this isn't real, is it?
Yeah.
No, this is real. And
Yeah.
then the people will be like, this is so insane. The parallels of our society with this show are starting to become way too similar. I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up, bro. This show is not that serious. I get so annoyed when I see stuff like that. You see those comments that are there to garner likes, where they're like, man, it's crazy that the GTA satire, it's crazy that South Park satire is now just becoming real life. It's it's not true. All right.
Well, no, South Park is the one that
true.
satirizes more the real life. So, I don't know.
But even then, it's I don't know. I can't stand fan bases when they overhype something or the social commentary is so hitting, and then you watch it, it's oh yeah, Homelander drinks poopy cum poop.
What the hell?
That's what that show is. That's what that show is to me. When people describe it, oh, dude, that scene when dude, the butcher, he drinks poopy and he eats the cum. Oh man, that's my favorite. Especially when that guy gets fucked, he gets fucked right in the, it's why is this, I don't know, isn't this supposed to be a superhero show? Why is there so much cum eating and raping? And then also
because the woke
watching
people
an
make
interview.
it. The Satan woke people make it. That's why.
Well, it's funny. I was reading an interview, and the interview's so you have a pretty graphic scene of a male character getting raped, and you play it up for a laugh. It's kind of weird because that character is a good person and just had a traumatic experience an episode prior, and you have them get basically raped by Batman or one of his childhood friends, and the guy, our childhood heroes, and the guy goes, "Well, that's a pretty dark way to say it." The guy who's the head writer of the show, he's like, "That's a pretty dark way to look at it." We thought it was hilarious, and we wanted to really play on the neo-fascist type themes that Batman has, and of course, Batman and Robin and all their weird stuff. And then he goes on to be like, and then we were like, oh, he's gonna have his own Bat Cave, but obviously it's gonna be a sex dungeon cave because that's basically what the Bat Cave is. Right. And we just couldn't resist it. This interview, if you look this up, it's one of it's literally everything that you hate hearing from Redditors. and then like this guy is writing a show. This guy is head of like creative in terms of the show that like everybody fucking talks about all the time. Homelander, this, Homelander, that. And then you watch it, it's just written by some dumb Redditor. I don't know. I was laughing at it earlier just because like when he was like, oh yeah, and Batman, obviously the neo-fascist who beats up poor people. I'm like, how many times do I have to hear Batman described by like a complete idiot that never once read Batman or watched any Batman and just goes, he beats up poor people? Like, first of all, you're writing for a comic book show, regardless if it's a satire and other comic books. You should at least know the character of Batman if you're going to write for that fucking show. Batman, within the first year or two of his career, in most stories that he's in the first year or two of his career, he takes down the mob that controls the city and all the corrupt cops and stuff. He goes after them. That's where he starts his crusade.
Right.
This whole notion that Batman goes after poor people, like, when? And if he does, it's when they're murdering other poor people.
Right. He literally goes after rich, all the way from poor to rich criminals. It doesn't matter what they are.
I don't care what you are, rich or poor. I will give you justice. And, you know, like, that's what Batman is. It's not, oh, Batman, oh, yeah. And then he says that Bruce Wayne, their character of Bruce Wayne profits off of inmates going to prison, much like other things in Batman. Like, when did that ever happen in Batman?
Right.
Never. I don't remember one story where Bruce Wayne profits off of them. And if he does, it's somebody in his company who's exploiting a loophole that he gets pissed off about and stops. So, like, this is so stupid. It just reminded me of, and I know I'm ranting, I'm sorry. Just like I see shit like this and it pisses me off and I get all angry and I talk to myself when I'm stoned. So now I have an outlet. But like, it reminds me of that stupid interview that the Velma girl, whatever, when she was running that stupid Velma show, and she was talking about how, and Fred, everybody knows Fred, he's classic, douche white jock who takes credit for everybody's ideas and clues that they found. Like, when did that happen? Oh, wait, it didn't happen because you never fucking watched Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, no, you're just talking about, you're just like, oh, when a bad person does something and then I'm going to throw a race on it because you're racist. I mean, that's kind of what it is.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Anyway, rant over.
Okay, well, I loved it. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use all that and clip it all together in some kind of a short thing. So it'll be great.
Yeah, do it, man.
Give me one second. I'm going to just hit this button. Give me 1 second. I'm going to hit this button, and then I want to rapid fire wrestling you. Okay, we're black. All right, so I'm gonna rapid fire this to you because we haven't heard from you in a while, and we'll have a little conversation. But let me turn my microphone up because why is it so low? Holy shit! All right, turn it up there.
Now, if it's anything politics, you're gonna hear me go, oh yeah, man.
No. It's all right. Well, it's kind of a little bit.
What's going on.
Let's start that way. There's a lot of stuff trending right now about Triple H being a racist, and it's very weird. It's going on everywhere. Triple H racist, and I've been ignoring it because they were just little things, and I figured they're stupid. But now I've seen multiple videos of people talking about it, and one guy just called him Triple K, and I'm like, but. And one of the I don't know. One of the biggest examples is like, well, what happened to Montez Ford's push and you know what I mean, all that sort of thing. So why is this happening to Triple H? I mean, didn't they bring in Jade Cargill and all these other things? Like, I don't understand.
Here's why it's happening right now. Why it's happening. The top African American female star besides Jade. I mean, I guess you could even say, even still, with Jade included, is Bianca Belair, right? Like, wouldn't we agree with that?
Right.
Like, in terms of her status and, like, how she's booked and protected.
Yeah.
But she's been in a tag team division for, like, a year now, and she's been floating around, like, not even competing for the world title for a very long time. And it's like, she is, for, like, 2 years ago, she was being booked as Superwoman, as like fucking Wonder Woman or whatever. And now she's like, I don't know, just competing for the tag team titles. It's a little weird. And then you go to the New Day. What are the New Day doing? Well, they just had the biggest fucking segment of their careers, probably, besides Kofi winning the title. And they it was such a great promo with Big E, and that was after months and months of great, solid building and good promo work and good character work from Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods. And then literally, ever since that promo on Raw, nothing has come of it. Like, they have just been treated like complete jokes. Like, the commentary laughs at them. Everybody hates them, which is stupid and doesn't make sense. Like, Dominic doesn't mess with them even. It's like, Dominic, you just betrayed your friends a few months ago. Like, what are you talking about, dude? You betrayed your girlfriend. Like, why are... So, like, it doesn't make any sense, and it's just like, well, everybody hates them now. That's the gimmick, is that everybody hates them. And I'm like, it's nothing real. We were expecting some badass shit after the fucking New Day, like, turned heel. I was expecting some good promos. I was expecting them to come out and, like, immediately I was expecting them to win the tag team titles. Like, they should already be tag team champions. Oh, well, we got to give them to the War Raiders who do nothing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I like them too.
So, yeah. So, like, New Day's a mess. Montez Ford and Bianca, they're a mess.
Yeah, like, all the black superstars right now are kind of just floundering around and doing nothing when even... Like, there's really no excuse when it comes to the New Day. Bianca Belair, I kind of get, you know, you want to keep her away from the world title so that when she comes back, it means more. And, like, I get it because she was protected for so long. But, like, I mean, take Naomi. Like, her treatment has been kind of weird. Like, ever since she's come back, they've treated her like she's good, but she'll lose most times.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's a little weird. I don't know. Like, and it wasn't like, oh, she won a few matches and then she started losing like a few months in. Like, she lost her first fucking match, right? Didn't she just lose her first match back?
I think so. Yeah. I think
that was a weird, like, what is going on there? So I see I can see how people could allude to that, but I just don't buy it. You know what I'm saying? I really don't buy, especially with how sensitive everything is now in wrestling, how sensitive a lot of the wrestlers are to that type of stuff. I really don't think that they would, I don't know. I just don't think that would be going on, but who knows? Maybe Triple H is, you know, Triple K.
The guy called him Triple K. I was dying. All right. So there you have that. But we'll continue to investigate that and talk about that going forward. The New Day is ridiculous. So they finally, we've been talking about how the New Day needs to go crazy and stomp people out and be serious and nuts and crazy and whatever. And they finally sort of did it the other night, but they did it as the show ended off camera. And all that happened was like a separation beating that we saw to open the show with other people.
And they don't have to get off either. That's what I hate about the whole, like, oh, I'm glad they don't do 3-hour shows anymore. And they only keep it to like 2.5 or 2:10 or whatever.
Yeah.
Why end the show right there?
Right, without the New Day doing that. And why not have the beatdown go on for a little bit longer and then have Michael Cole be like, well, we've got to go, folks, but, I mean, we're going to stick with this for a second. We're watching this destruction of New Day. That would have been great. And, I mean, it was chaotic and fun, but do it for 3 minutes instead of 30 seconds.
If you looked away, if you looked away and then you looked back, you might have missed that moment. Because it literally was like, oh, they're attacking.
Right.
Like, it was so stupid. That was one of those moments where I'm like, are they like trying to kill these guys? Like the promo. Okay, so we already talked about the stupid egregious moment where they broke kayfabe and we're like, oh, they're just heel and babyface in it. Now I'm killing any suspension of disbelief you might have in the storyline. But then also, like, they're literally just laughing at them and mocking them and like, look at this guy. He's so stupid and dumb. He's so, and then the other commentators going like, yeah, he is really stupid and dumb, isn't he? They're both dumb, stupid idiots. Why isn't there one commentator to be like, well, you know what? You can say all you want about the New Day. You can disagree with everything they say. They, in their minds, believe they're right. And they're, 12, 13-time tag team champions? Who the hell are you to say that they are wrong? There's no banter like that at all. It's just, they're just dumb, stupid idiots. You're right. They are. They're clowns.
Yeah, they
Losers,
go right with the
jokes.
It's the WWE video game kind of commentary. Although even in some of the video games, there's a heel or a different take. But it's just very robotic of like you expect exactly what they're going to do.
Well, I wouldn't even say it's robotic. It's just, I don't think it at some points it is robotic, but in other points it's like they're not even taking what they're watching seriously, and they're just goofing on it. And if I'm a wrestler, I'm getting pissed off at that. Like, stop laughing at my fucking promo, you jackass.
Well,
Like,
I mean, they're telling
you know
you,
what I mean?
they're pulling back the curtain of everything. I mean, speaking of pulling back the curtain, LFG, this new reality show on A&E with Bully Ray, Bubba Ray, the guy who once intimidated me, The Undertaker, and a bunch of other Booker T, and it looks kind of funny, to be honest. They talked about it earlier. Is that something you're going to watch? Because, like, dude, some of the stuff with Bully Ray and Undertaker is funny as shit. I don't know if you saw the clips I've been putting up, but...
I've seen them drinking, but I also... Was that the clip where... And this might be a different show, but I did see a clip of Bully Ray just being a douchebag to some new guy. They're like...
Yes.
Shaking hands with the new guys, and then Bully Ray goes, "I don't shake hands until you earn my respect." And it's just like, shut the fuck up, dude. I know you don't care, Joe, but like, he's just an asshole. Everybody's told stories about how he's just an asshole.
Yeah.
He constantly makes people's lives a living hell, and he sucks up to the Undertaker. And the Undertaker literally had to be like, "Hey, don't disrespect." I'm like, dude, Taker, I get it. He's your buddy. He's just fucking being gay, bro. I hate that shit. I was
well, I thought Bully Ray was actually he took it pretty easy on that guy in that clip, and Undertaker almost called him back. Like, wait a minute, because usually Bubba's the one that would not. I'm surprised he let that guy get away with what he did. He's softening up.
You know what? You know why? Because I think there was other people in there that were like, you had Mickey James there and Booker T. And the Undertaker too. He can't just be a straight up asshole because he's a suck up. He'll be an asshole behind your back.
Yeah, maybe you might be right.
Or he'll be an asshole to you. He'll be an asshole to you because you're a little commentator, and it's like, well, we're one of the boys,
Yeah.
So,
yep.
He's just a fucking douche. But
well,
anyway,
I mean, when he yelled at me
those clips of him drinking funny.
When he got in my face at the wrestling show, I mean, Velvet Sky had a look almost like, Jesus, we're gonna do this to this kid. But also, I mean, he could have brought me out in front of all the boys and destroyed me or embarrassed me or did something terrible, and he didn't do that. I mean, I give him some credit for that, but at the same time,
that's not anything.
Why is he so serious? Why so serious about a stupid little skinny guy like me?
It's like saying the guy that bullied you and wedgied you in high school. Well, he could have taken me to his friends, and they could have all butt fucked me in the alleyway, and they didn't. Yeah. I give him props for that. I give him props because he could have done that. I mean,
listen, there's a part of me that thinks either Bully Ray is the biggest piece of shit person ever, or he's just kind of, he's a rough dude, and but he's reasonable. Here's the thing. If I'm that guy, if I have Bully Ray, Bubba Ray Dudley as my manager guy or my mentor or whatever you want to call it, the fact that he said, I'll shake your hand, you know what I mean? That sort of thing. I would be busting my ass more than even you could imaginable, because my goal would not only be to kick ass and do what I want to do and win this friggin' thing and go all the way, because if I do that, I know I'm going to shake the guy's hand at the end then. And then that payoff of shaking his hand on somebody who is doubtful of you, demanded full-on respect of you, maybe unreasonable respect of you even, and somebody who puts that much crap on you, and then you get to shake his hand at the end, that becomes very valuable. Somebody else who's like, good job, we'll see what you do, that's not as valuable, so that's the one good thing that comes from Bully Bubba Ray Dudley's,
Yeah, I understand that the wrestling locker room, too, is different, like The Undertaker was basically the godfather, well, besides the actual godfather, but he was like, the boss, and so I understand that things are now like different. And so some of the newer guys do come in with this like what is it?
It's weird. Some of the new guys,
not appropriate wrestling locker room etiquette. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
there's a lot,
really
dude. Even 15, 20 years ago in Tough Enough stuff, there were some people that came in, they were clueless about what really wrestling is. But now it seems like the people coming in, they're not clueless about what wrestling is. They totally get it, but they're pricks because they're spoiled like YouTube tards. You know what I'm saying? Like, so.
Yeah, that's like, it's me if I get on the show.
Right.
I don't know why they don't just call it Tough Enough again, but whatever. It's really stupid. They got to rebrand everything. It's like making grounds of Battle of Grounds.
It's like a mix of Tough Enough and the Battlegrounds or whatever that show was from NXT. It was a great show 10 years ago, whatever that Breaking Ground or something. I don't remember what it was. But It's like
It
a
was a
mix
good
of
show.
those. It's funny though that Taker thinks he was like, this is the first really pulling back the curtain. And like, no, we've seen plenty of this stuff. I mean, maybe it's gonna be something more than it just looks entertaining. I don't know, it looks good. But bro, Taker's laugh is contagious. I don't know if you heard Taker laughing on all these clips I've been putting up. He's killing me.
Yeah, well, I heard him laughing on Hogan the most, and that shit was hilarious. To literally say, for Hogan to say, well, the last time I was in L.A., brother, I was a heel, but I think politics also played a good part of it too. and that other thing.
Yeah, the other thing, and Pat McAfee ordered some other things. He goes, yeah, and then he laughed like a weirdo. He's like,
Dude, I felt so happy for Undertaker because he's always carried that grudge from all those years ago.
Yeah,
and what was really cool about him is that he literally confronted Hogan too. Like it wasn't like, oh, he finds out Hogan did this and Hogan never got confronted on it. Like Taker went to him and then Hulk Hogan started like bullshitting him. Like, no, bro. Yeah. The fact that Hogan was really like, oh, call my wife, call my kid.
Don't you question now? Now I really question if Macho Man and Hogan really ever made up, because the only one that witnessed that or that says that happened is Hulk Hogan. So if Macho Man dies, God, you almost think Hulk Hogan just came out and said, well, luckily we made up before he died. Meanwhile, last time they talked, Macho Man was like, you fucking piece of shit narcissist. Like, I hope
get the fuck out of my house. Fuck you.
Yeah. I mean,
I think what you said a few days ago about Hogan probably having like, I don't know, like brain damage or something, or autism, and that's why he can't remember like certain things, because like it is such chronic lying, and for you to be in the public eye for so long, you should know by now that all these lies are going to come back at you. So.
Yeah, he might believe him. Is my
like
point. Is I think
type of special.
He might think this is real. Like he might think this is the truth. He's some like, not narcissism, but a sociopath.
Egocentrism, maybe.
It's sociopathic
anyway,
behavior. Okay.
I gotta get off because my break is over. But
That's
this has
okay.
been cool.
All right, baby.
Rapid fire wrestling.
I like it. We didn't even get to half of it. We'll get to it next time. I love you, brother. See ya. Luke Rojas stopping by for a little bit of wrestling talk that you guys will get to hear the uncensored version of this on Patreon. So you lucky patrons will hear the uncensored version of this audio uploaded. Thank you guys for being patrons. Obviously, you mean so much to be here. It means a lot to me. You guys are literally funding the show. I hope you enjoy the content. There's much more coming. There's been another court ruling with Vince McMahon that got screwed up. His lawyer withheld documents, allegedly, which that could be an accident. That could be on purpose. That could be who knows what. Sounds skeevy, though. Not good for Vince McMahon in that situation. So that was something else I wanted to get to. We'll talk to Luke more about more of this stuff and beyond. Thank you so much for listening, and I'll catch you guys in another episode. Thanks for being patrons and listening to this podcast. Catch you next time. the arena place, and I don't know any of the songs, but I know Bob Dylan's name, and I know everybody loves Bob Dylan, I guess, and like he sold out this place.
I've been going to
expensive.
wrestling shows for over 30
and I'm there,
years.
and I thought,
Never
I think this
in all that
sucks.
time
I want to
have
go
ever
home.
Felt until last Sunday.
It's like it's not
that
about
my security, my
it's not about
safety, my
anything.
life
It's not about
was in
getting
danger at a wrestling
the
show.
Message. Anybody
Hey,
who,
Joe, in
whenever you say things like the culture or the message or oh, you don't get us or not like need, I think right now as schools and public schools for sure. But we're on Rebel Psycho, so it gets out there. Philly versus Kansas City Chiefs. Kansas City Chiefs 3 years in a row. They're going for history. Pretty crazy. And the Philly Eagles are going for history too. They'll be the first team to go to 4 Super Bowls where no matter whether win or lose, their city rioted. It's unbelievable. It's a new record. No team has ever sent a club to a championship within 5 chances. Man, we are ready to go. And I'm going to have a sip of this coffee right now, too, by the way. Oh, yeah. Let me just sip it up. I'm going to sip it up, bitches. Here I go. Are you ready? I'm going to drink it. Oh, yeah. It tastes like... I don't know. AEW Collision's on. Did you watch that? There's tons of shit to watch. I think that you should watch it. Oh my God! We plan the spot all day. What the hell? What the hell? Oh my God! It's Biff freaking Tannen! Holy shit!
I just want to say one thing. God bless America.
Oh, man. Biff Tannen. What the hell happened to Biff Tannen? Remember that song? Oh, my God. Well, that was Donald Trump, too. Like, they were trying to make a spoof on Donald Trump with that. Remember that?
I just want to say one thing. God bless America.
Yeah, Biff Tannen, hell yeah!
I just want to say one thing. God bless America.
Oh, my God. Biff Tannen, baby. Holy crap. Dropping a $100 bomb before the show's even going. Biff freaking Tannen. Oh, my God. I wish I could find it. I wish I could find it, baby. Because Biff Tannen is the shit. I know that song exists somewhere. I know somewhere out there that God Bless America clip exists, guys. I'm going to try to find it for Biff Tannen, who just dropped $100 freaking dollars. I am going to look all over the place for that clip for you, Biff Tannen. If I have to make another one, I will. But I don't know why it's missing. Because I've been looking everywhere for it. It's got to be somewhere. But I can't find it. I search Tannen, Biff, God. Oh, my God. Hey, everybody in the chat, give it up for Biff freaking Tannen. It's got to be somewhere, man, because we got to play it. We don't have this? I swear to God, I had a whole song. Oh my God, we got to find it. What is this?
Oh my God, fuck me.
Oh no, wait a minute. That's not the right thing.
Oh my God, fuck me.
Wait a minute. What the hell? What kind of devil thing is that? Oh my God, bro. That was not the right thing at all. We got to find it, man. Oh my God. Biff freaking Tannen. Where is that clip?
I just want to say one thing. God bless America.
God bless America. Biff Tannen. We love you. We're getting ready for the Super Bowl, baby. Man, Biff Tannen. We got to find that, though. Seriously, that's driving me nuts. That was like, I had a whole thing. You know what's weird? Is when I search Biff Tannen, the only thing that comes up is Huge Boner's theme, King of Donos. I wonder if that's a tip-off. That's not it. There's a song somewhere, guys. I know there's a song somewhere. I swear to God, we had a thing. Didn't I? I thought I even put it up on Patreon. Am I crazy? Like, am I crazy? Did I not put this up on Patreon? Like, what the fuck is going on? It was a whole, like, you know, I just want to say one thing. God bless America. And it was like a song. Swear to God, it was a song. We did it. Did I not do it? Am I crazy? I really do. I must be insane. Like, I must be losing my goddamn mind. Because I could have swore to God that we had a whole song. That's crazy. Swear to God, we had one. Let me check the music section. Sith Negan put that route in was the last one. Yeah, put that rod in Sith Negan. And Dork's Relapse, Garguts Quit His Job, Tony Khan NDA, Scissor Me Daddy, Ryback, Young My Last Match. I guess it's not on here. I thought we put it on here. Can't believe that. Play Your Fuck Games. I can't believe it. It's not on here. Wow. Put that route in. Stop, bro. It's over. Put that route in, baby. Yo, let's give it up. Biff Tannen in the house, brother. Oh, the Discord. I'll get you guys the Discord. Hang on a second. Jump onto the on hold section. First we gon' lick it up, then we gon' burn it up, then we gon' turn it up. Yeah, here you go. Here we go, baby girl. I put rod, take it out. I put rod and take it out. Shut it, then you can. Give me 1 second, I'll find it eventually. But the bottom line is this: I haven't put everything up here yet. Put that route in. In the chat right now, guys, let me know, what do you think? Who's gonna win the Super Bowl? Let me know. And what's your score? Give me the who's gonna win. Give me the score in the chat right now if you want. You don't have to, but type it in the chat. Let's see those predictions right now as we start this show off here tonight. Here we go, I'm about to ride it downtown, about to ride it down, ram it down your throat like a hoe, yeah, you know, yeah. Yo, put that route in. Put that route in. Yo, put that route in. Go ahead and put that route in. Yo, put that route in. Yo, put that route in. Put that route in. Put that route in. Put that route in. Yo, put that route in. Put that route in. Put that route in. New SmackDown intro. Put that route in. Oh my God. To SmackDown. When I think SmackDown, I think this. Yeah, who you fooling now? Here I come, hear me out, yeah, hear me out, yeah. Put the gold, what we now? First we gon' lick it up, then we gon' burn it out, then we gonna turn it up, turn it, throw it down your mouth. Yeah, baby girl, you take that rod in and out. rod. I'ma shove it down your filthy fucking mouth. Here we go. Put that rod in. What is going on with that song? How's everybody doing? Hit that like button, please, and get us weird, man. All right, we'll get you up here, baby. We'll get you up here. The Biff Tannen special, baby. We'll put him up here on the board. Biff Tannen. Biff Tannen dropping that $100. Oh, we got a long way to go, man. We got a long way to pay the bills, but we're gonna try to, man. That's a huge help. I'll tell you that. Thank you, sir. It will be a crazy time. We're gonna jump on the Discord in a little bit. So if you want to hang out on the Discord and be ready, that's cool. But we'll give it up for Biff Tannen, who is the top donator of the stream at this point. I couldn't think of anybody better to be there but Biff Tannen. We love Biff Tannen. Should we go purple? I don't know. Go purple. Go green. Go kind of like hyper green, blue. Go like this blue. Kind of go like this color. No, I kind of like that color though. That's kind of sexy. Maybe we'll go with like this purple. That's cool. I think we go with the purple. I like that. Just like that. There it is. Look at that. That looks beautiful. That's pretty good. Let's go with that green purple. Look at that. There you go, Biff. That's for you. Who's going to beat that? I don't know. Maybe nobody. Just want to say one thing. God bless America. Bro, don't you want to just... You know what? I have weed that's 3 years old. Should I smoke 3-year-old weed that's been in a tin cup for 3 years? Does that even work? Does anybody know? Does that even work still? Is that even good? Can you get sick? I don't even know. It's been in a can for like 3 years. I don't know. You tell me. Hey, man, thank you, Biff Tannen. Biff Tannen for you. Let's guzzle this drink, baby. La. Oh, yeah, for Biff Tannen. First we drink the coffee, then we switch to whiskey if we need to, and we'll do it. Trust me.
You raised a piece of shit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Joe. I am eating bread. I am potty trained. But Joe, I am not going anywhere tonight because I'm too busy with the kids. Peanut and cream.
What? What the hell does that mean? What the hell does that mean? What? What does that mean? For Christ's sake, what does that mean? God damn it. You 100% need to smoke that old weed. Holy shit, are you serious? Maybe I will, dude. Maybe I will. I think I got rolls or wraps or whatever you call it. I don't even know what you call it. I'm not a pot guy, you know. I smoke once in a while. I suck at rolling too, but I've got one of those grinder things. I'm just a terrible marijuana person. But you know, I can never do edibles again because those edibles, dude, holy shit, they fucked me up. I can't believe it. Oh man, I'm going to get hungry probably. It's all good though. We'll see. And then maybe I'll do shots. We'll mix it. We'll do weed. Papers. There you go, Miles. Papers. I don't know. I grew up in a place where constantly people around me were smoking and buying stuff and doing all that shit. I just never paid attention. I don't know what it is. I never did. My buddy is like, dude, how long have I known you? What are you doing? I was rolling the fucking weed or whatever. He goes, what are you doing? He's like, stop that. What the fuck? Give me that. And he takes it from me and he rolls it. I'm like, yeah, good. You roll it. I suck at this. I don't even know. He's like, good Christ. I'm like, yeah, dude, I barely smoke. And now I rarely ever smoke. Ever. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, but I admit it. You know, I'm just not big into it. But, I mean, I know that Sith Negan in the past has found it, but I got to go back and I got to clip it where Leah takes over the show when I got high that time because I am so ridiculous. We need to put that up on TikTok and let all these people, like, we'll call it like loser dad gets high for the first time in a long time or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Some bullshit like that. It'll be some like that. Some crazy. Ah! Sorry. Sometimes I do that. If you want to be on the show tonight on Discord, man, guys, jump on Discord at some point in the next, I don't know, maybe the next 20 minutes to hour or so. I'm going to jump on Discord. So, just be ready. Be over there when you can be, when you want, and we'll be good to go. Everybody else, man, click that like button if you can. We got UFC tonight. We're going to have people talking about that. We're going to have someone on Discord probably streaming it and talking about it. And so we'll get to that. We got Super Bowl predictions and shit that I'm going to look through the chat in a minute and then talk to you guys about what I think about the Super Bowl tomorrow. We got Taylor Swift is going to be there. Donald Trump is going to be there. They hate each other. That's going to be interesting. Does that mean Trump is going to become a Philadelphia Eagle fan? You know what I mean? Because he probably wants to see Taylor lose. I don't know. But then he also probably likes Mahomes. I'm not really sure what's going to happen tomorrow. Is Kanye West going to be alive for the Super Bowl? He might kill himself tonight. He might kill himself before we even get to the Super Bowl at this point. So explain that. It could happen. 100%. Could happen. We'll see. Thank you. Thank you so much, Peter, for that donation, you stupid bastard. And thank you to Biff Tannen for the $100 donation. We will take a shot for you in a few. Trust me. Also, if you want to donate and you don't like Streamlabs, you don't like PayPal, some people have expressed that before. Sorry. And so for that reason, I have done the unthinkable and opened up the Cash App, the Venmo, the Cash App, the Venmo. There it is right there. I think it will work. I don't think... let me know if it's too small for you, but I think I can put it on the screen that small, and that will work. If that doesn't work, I will alternate the page, of course, over here every once in a while, and I'll make it big for you. There it is. You can screenshot it, all that shit. So for the people that don't want to do Streamlabs, they've expressed to me before that they really would rather do Cash App, Venmo. I will play donation alerts for you customly if you do decide to donate that way, which multiple people already have. So I appreciate that for everybody through the week who has been supporting there. That's fine. Goes directly to me just like the PayPal does, but whatever makes it easier for you guys, obviously, is just fine with me. But just for those people, that is available. And I'll try to, make sure I'm on the ball with those. Appreciate it, man. Oh, it's monetized. Oh my God, Stephen Gurman.
Put the boigas in. Fuck the boigas.
It's Stephen Gurman, guys.
Leave me here. I'm a bad motherfucker. Ain't got no fear. What the time was the time, motherfucker? Time, motherfucker. Put it in a happy rhyme, motherfucker.
Oh my God, Gurman.
It's clock. Bang, bang, tick tock.
Fucking suck. Oil shock.
2 on consignment, 1 in stock. What's the time, motherfucker? Said clock. I said clock.
I call the shots, I'm the man with the plot, and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protected. My mind is a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate, taking advantage of every second. I now ain't got time to waste.
Wow. Well, alrighty then, Stephen Gurman. All right. If that's really Stephen Gurman, man, that is awesome. To hear from Stephen Gurman, I think that's the first time I've heard from Stephen Gurman in a long time. If that's really Stephen Gurman, man, what is up, you sex beast? Have you finally moved out of that apartment because of Gavin Newsom? I remember he was just furious about all of that not that long ago. So hopefully Stephen Gurman, everything is going well with all that. But let me know. Let's take a look. Was that a terrorist threat, Gurman? Says Ed's View. By the way, yeah, Ed's View's here tonight. Konnichiwa. All the way from, speaking of Japan, and we always talk about earthquakes in Japan, huge, almost 8 magnitude earthquake today, like a couple hours ago. Did you guys see that? And has it? I don't think it's materialized into a tsunami yet, but like they were really concerned about that, about the tsunami. So we've been kind of keeping an eye on that. It's wild that Cody Rhodes returned to WWE after the segment ended up becoming WWE champion. Never say never in wrestling. I mean, no shit. This guy just realized, like, never say never in wrestling. All Day Wrestling tweeted that out. It's like, dude, when that happened, people were like, oh, we can never go to WWE again. And it was like, what are you talking about? They don't care. They just want to win and make money in business. If that means they bring in Cody, who is symbolically, they don't have this petty thing. You can go somewhere else and bash the WWE people. They pretty much don't care. They've got thick skin in business skin. I mean, which was the way before. And now that Vince is gone, you know, I don't know if there's a difference because obviously, you know, Vince probably wanted to bring Cody back too. But from what I understand, you know, Triple H did too. So I think it's just a big a win for Triple H to bring Cody Rhodes back after Cody Rhodes went somewhere and maybe slighted Triple H or slighted the WWE or did whatever to the WWE. Now you're coming back to the WWE. It honestly kind of shows that maybe you were an idiot or maybe you were wrong or like you were misguided or, you know what I mean? It almost kind of tells on yourself. Do you know what I'm saying? So I don't think that they have a problem with that because it's just, I don't know. It's like, it's sort of saying that like, well, yeah, you went over there and bashed everything over here, but now you're back here. And it didn't work out so well for you over there in the end. So it's like one of those things where, you know, I mean, is that not right? Is that, you know what I mean? Like in the end, like it looks like you didn't make the right choice maybe. Although, you know, he did make the right choice because that was a growth period that really, really helped him out, you know? So do it.
Bullfrog
do it every
is a
time.
moron.
Scissor me, Joe!
Why is Dominic Mysterio so much taller than his dad?
Because Rey Mysterio isn't his dad. That's why. Doomed, huh? Because that ain't his freaking dad, bro. You know it. That mother was a hooah. Everybody knows it. Doomed. You know it. I know it. Everybody. Oh! Oh!
We plan the spot all day.
Oh my God!
I want you to jam it in. Oh, it's in your bunghole. Oh, it's in your bunghole. I want it jammed in my
Oh, it's in your bunghole. Now that D. Welsh is poor, the Creator has stepped in for Welsh.
When do I get my own song?
Oh my God. The Creator. That's it, Creator. You got to get your own song tonight, brother. You've got to. Oh, you've got to get your own song tonight, right? The Creator is dropping Hundy bombs. Oh my God. What should we do? What should we do for Creator? Oh my God, $101 from the freaking Creator. Yo, Creator, holy shit.
I just want to say one thing. God bless America.
Wow. The Creator coming up, baby, stepping up. When because we lost Welsh. Now that he has a trans girlfriend. Unbelievable. The Creator is dropping Hundy bombs. Okay. Creeder, in the chat, if you can, type this a couple of times, Creeder. What type of tone do you want? Do you want metal? Do you want like rock? Do you want rap? Do you want club? Like, what kind of song tone do you want? Let me know in the chat right now, okay? Okay. It's ready to blow. Okay, let's see. Gay nightclub music, Orlando style. Jazz flute. Melodic death metal. Look at everybody writing that. Whoa, Spectral Citizen, what's up, Spectral? Ed's View. Yeah, but we got to get it from Creeder, right? Yo, Creeder, if you can in the chat, if you're there, yeah, let me know, man. What type of music should we make this go to? Jazz flute, that's kind of hot. Like, I don't know, man. Jazz flute might turn me on a little too much. I think metal could work because, you know. If you donate more. Creeder is a feeder. He's feeding Joe all his dough. Creeder, he's a feeder. Dropping bombs. Dropping bombs. Joe's gonna come. Yeah. Creeder is dropping bombs. Bombs away. Here comes all the money. Bombs away. There you go. He's Creeder is so rich, he's making this show the shit. Creeder is donating and I don't even know if I can say that on this stupid thing. We're going to find out, though. All right, did Creeder say what he wanted yet? Creeder, what up, man? Guys, hit that like button. We got to get likes going here. Creeder is the jazz kind of guy. I don't know, bro. I usually can think of things much quicker than this, but like I had to think about it for a second. Okay. All right. All right, we're going to try a couple things now and see if we can get something out of this, and then we'll get back to the stories. We got stuff to talk about. I know, I'm taking a pause, but Creeder, man, thank you, Creeder, for the $101. Hopefully you can get back to me and let me know what kind of style of music you want. People have requested soft jazz. I don't know. How about flute jazz? Flute jazz. Melodic power metal. We'll try to figure out what Creeder wants. for a dono. All right, let's go back to the donos. Speaking of donos.
You raised a piece of shit.
Thank you, Creeder.
This is a message for the viewers. You are all wasting your time watching Joe Cronin. He is nothing but negative and hate. All he does is tear people down that he is jealous of.
True.
He tried to hurt me, but through positivity I prevailed. Love you all.
You know what, Ryan Reeves? Ryback Ryan Reeves. I hope you fall down a stairwell, okay? I hope you fall down a stairwell and potentially die, okay? How about that? What do you think of that? How about that, Ryan Reeves? Do you feel stupid now? I bet you do. I bet you do. I bet you feel dumb. Ryback Ryan Reeves, you scumbag. All right, let's get Creeder up here on the board because Biff Tannen actually just got lowered down. I'm sorry, Biff Tannen. Biff Tannen is the shit, but he's got to be dropped a little bit because Creeder's taking over, man. Biff Tannen, thank you. Let's put Creeder up here. All right, let's get Creeder up here. The Creeder. Creeder, if you're out there, man, let me know what type of music you want. I don't know if you're still listening or you stepped away for a second. The Creeder, baby. Look at that. The Creeder. Look at how beautiful that looks up there, Creeder. Look at you. You look adorable. We'll move Biff Tannen over a little bit. You know, we'll move him away. All right, Biff Tannen's now off a little bit. And the Creeder is now in huge letters up there. Look at that. Look at you, Creeder. God damn, do you look sexy, Creeder. I like that. We got a long night ahead of us, maybe. Or maybe not. I don't know. We might have to rob a bank. But that's okay. Biff Tannen's up there. Creeder's up there. We're good to go. We got the donation goal up there, $2,000. That's crazy. Believe it or not, we have to hit $2,000 or we're fucking dead. But the Creeder, we're on our way. Venmo down below, Cash App down below. We got talk about the Super Bowl still. Taylor Swift and Donald Trump might fight at the Super Bowl. Who knows what will happen there? And let's check out the Creeder. Let's check out the first one. Well, I don't really like that. Pretty good. The real Creeder song we came up with was way cooler. We came up with a crazy Creeder song that was really good. Maybe we'll play that on the way out of here. Hey, everybody, I'm back. We're actually live again. I'm here live in the flesh again. Unbelievable. Guys, for the people that are remaining in the chat right now that are still here, could you guys do me a favor? I'm going to send you guys to a brand new short that I just put up about a little while ago. You might have seen it, you might not have seen it, but I'm going to send you that way because it's a good one. Trust me. I think you guys will like it. And it's you may have seen it. I just put it up a little while ago. But I'm going to send it your way regardless because it's doing pretty well right now on the YouTube. For that reason, I'm going to send it your way, guys. Here it is. It's about Brian Pillman and the Stone Cold Gun situation, but I put a little twist on it, and there it is. In the chat, guys, go watch that right now and enjoy it. And I'm out of here. I will see you maybe a little bit later tonight. So enjoy that. And we'll maybe catch you a little bit later tonight. So enjoy that video. And thank you to Blair and Haystacks for the money from Venmo. That was really cool, man. Thank you guys very much for sending that. Couple of bucks on Venmo, which will put us at the 41 total. So that's not bad. Remember this number for later tonight. 41. Climbing up slowly. Slowly climbing up the wall. I can't believe people are still in here. I mean, people still hanging out while the replay was going on. That's pretty cool. I can't believe. All right, let's see if I can find the Creeder song. There was definitely a finalized one that we had. Where is it? Creeder. Oh, here it is. I think this is it. This might be it. Oh yeah, this is it. Because who's Jethro Tull? There you go. You know, something I can't stand is people who think that Jethro Tull is just a singer in a band. Who's Jethro Tull? Owen Wilson, dude. Owen Wilson is hilarious in Armageddon. He has some of the funniest lines in that movie. It's just really good. I love Armageddon, but I love Owen Wilson in Armageddon. He has the best lines, the best stupid, dumb comedy lines in that movie. Go watch that short I just posted in the chat, guys. Enjoy it. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you tonight.
It's time to drop bombs, feed the Cronin. Creeder is dropping Hyundai bombs and Joe's ready to explode.
Sounds like Tennis Racket Jones.
If you donate more, he's gonna bust his load. Creeder is a feeder, he's feeding Joe all his dough. Creeder is a feeder, dropping bombs, Joe's gonna come, yeah. Creeder is dropping bombs, bombs away. Here comes all the money, bombs away. Creeder is dropping bombs on Joe Cronin. On the show, it's ready to blow. Creeder is dropping Hyundai bombs. Creeder is so rich, he's making this show